Now I see the signs that you have always been the love of my life. This reading begins with the King of Pentacles, showing the phase of life this person was in when you came into their path. They were someone very focused on stability, responsibilities, and the structures they had already built. There was a strong concern with what was safe, what made practical sense, and what seemed more solid and predictable. This person valued control over their own life, avoided unnecessary risks, and tended to make decisions based on what appeared more rational and stable. And that is exactly why, in the first contact with you, they couldn't see the depth of the connection. They interpreted everything in a practical way, as physical attraction, as something momentary, as just another experience that could be managed within the life they were already living. The Seven of Swords comes in showing exactly this initial behavior of avoidance and distortion of their own perception. This person was not completely honest with themselves in the beginning. They tried to minimize what they felt, tried to fit this connection into a simpler explanation, tried to avoid facing what it really represented. There was fear. There was reluctance to step out of their comfort zone. There was insecurity about the consequences of recognizing something bigger. And because of that, they preferred to act in a more strategic, more restrained way, even avoiding going deeper. Not because they didn't feel, but because they didn't want to deal with what feeling meant at that moment. This attitude was also connected to a parallel situation that already existed in their life. The King of Pentacles shows someone who already had commitments, responsibilities, established structures, and that made any more intense emotional decisions seem risky. This person was afraid of acting impulsively, of making a decision that could destabilize everything they had built, and that fear made them hold back, avoid surrendering, try to maintain control over the situation. But at the same time, something began to happen. The signs started to appear. The connection didn't disappear. The feeling didn't fade. And no matter how much they tried to rationalize, there was something that didn't fit into the simple explanations they wanted to give. The Knight of Swords shows the moment when this person begins to be confronted by their own truth. Their mind enters a process of more direct, more intense questioning, where it is no longer possible to ignore what is happening. They begin to notice patterns, to recognize coincidences, to see compatibilities that go beyond the surface. And this brings a certain restlessness, because it breaks the logic they were trying to sustain. This person starts to wonder why this connection continues, why you remain present in their thoughts, why, even when trying to follow other paths, there is always an emotional return to you. And these questions begin to dismantle the initial narrative that it was just something fleeting. The Seven of Swords loses strength at this point, because it is no longer possible to deceive themselves in the same way. The truth begins to impose itself, even if it brings discomfort. And this discomfort is necessary, because it leads to clarity. The Knight of Swords shows that this person begins to face what they feel with more courage, even if at first this happens internally. They start cutting through illusions, abandoning the justifications they used to avoid going deeper, and begin to see what they once avoided. And it is at this point that the Ten of Cups appears as the final understanding. This person realizes that what exists between you is not something ordinary. It is not just attraction. It is not just affinity. It is not just a phase. There is here a real potential for happiness, emotional fulfillment, for building something complete. The Ten of Cups shows that they begin to see you as someone with whom they could live something true, something that makes sense not only in the present, but in the long term. This realization changes everything. Because when they understand this, they also understand why they were never able to truly walk away. They understand why the signs kept appearing. They understand why the feeling didn't fade. They understand why no other situation seemed to fulfill them in the same way. This reading shows that this person was not ready at the beginning to recognize what you represented. They were trapped in structures, fears, in a way of living based more on security than on emotional truth. But the connection was strong enough to move through that phase, to remain present, to show itself in different ways until they could finally see. The King of Pentacles, which once represented rigidity, now begins to soften. The Seven of Swords, which represented avoidance, begins to be left behind. The Knight of Swords brings the courage to face the truth, and the Ten of Cups confirms that this truth is tied to a deep and lasting feeling. This reading speaks of someone who took time to understand, but who now has no more doubt. Someone who tried to simplify what was complex. Someone who tried to run from what was true, but who, in the end, recognizes that it was not possible to ignore something so strong. And above all, it shows that what this person feels for you is not fleeting. It is something that withstood time, attempts at rationalization, and external circumstances. And because it took me a long time to find you, now I only want you, who is the great love of my life. This reading begins with the Knight of Pentacles, and it shows exactly the pace this person has had throughout their life, and also in relation to the connection with you. This was not someone who arrived quickly, not someone who lived everything in an impulsive or immediate way. On the contrary, it was a slow path, full of stages, full of internal processes, full of lessons that needed to be absorbed over time. This person did not get here by chance. They went through a true journey of maturity, where each experience played an important role in shaping who they have become. The Knight of Pentacles also shows that, even though this path was slow, it was solid. They had to deal with responsibilities, challenges, emotional, and even material issues that required discipline, patience, and persistence. There were moments when they were not ready to live a true love, not because they didn't want to, but because they still didn't have the internal structure to sustain something so deep. And this caused them, for a long time, to follow other paths, get involved in other situations, and seek answers outside, when in reality they still needed to find themselves within. The Star comes in, showing this healing process that was essential. This person went through moments where they needed to rebuild themselves emotionally, needed to restore their faith in life, needed to believe again that something real could happen. There were wounds, there were disappointments, there were periods when they doubted themselves, doubted love, doubted the future. But little by little, they healed, reconnected with their own essence, and began to understand what they truly wanted and what no longer made sense to carry. This process did not happen overnight. The Three of Wands shows that there was waiting, there was planning, there was a vision of the future being built gradually. This person began to look further ahead, began to think beyond the present moment, began to desire a life more aligned with who they truly were. And in this process, they also began to open themselves to the possibility of finding someone on the same wavelength, someone who had gone through similar processes, someone who was ready to live something real. And that is where you come into their life. But this meeting was not by chance. It was at the right time. The Seven of Wands shows that even after all this growth, this person still had to overcome some internal barriers. There were still fears, still insecurities, still a hesitation to expose themselves again, to surrender again, to trust again. They had to stand up against their own blocks, defend themselves from limiting thoughts, fight against that inner voice that said, maybe it wouldn't work. But this time, it was different. This time, they didn't run away. This time, they didn't sabotage themselves. This time, they chose to face it. And that is where the magician comes in, bringing the energy of creation, action, and manifestation. This person understands that now they have everything they need to make it happen. They have gone through the lessons, faced the challenges, rebuilt themselves, understood who they are and what they want. Now they no longer want to wait for life to simply bring something. They want to act, to build, to take a stand. They feel they have found the right person. And more than that, they feel they found them at the right time. This reading shows something very important. It's not just about finding someone special. It's about being ready to recognize and sustain that meeting. And this person understands that if they had met you before, it might not have worked, they might not have valued it, they might not have known how to handle it. But now it's different, because now they are ready. They look at you and see exactly what they have always been searching for, even without knowing how to explain it. They see compatibility, connection, truth, and the possibility of building something light yet deep. And this does not create doubt, confusion, or indecision. It creates certainty. And that certainty is what moves this person now. They no longer want to experiment. They no longer want to test other possibilities. They no longer want to divide themselves. They want you. Only you. This reading carries a very clear energy of choice. This is not someone comparing, not someone undecided, not someone looking at multiple paths. This is someone who has lived enough to know what they don't want. And finally, to recognize what they do want. And what they want is to be by your side. They want to build something consistent, something with a foundation, something that grows over time. They want to be present, to care, to actively participate in your life. They want to live the day-to-day, share moments, create memories, truly get involved. After so much time searching, trying, learning, rebuilding, they feel they have finally found the right place. And now they don't want to let go. They don't want to lose it. They don't want to let it slip away. They want to live this love with intensity, presence, and commitment. Because deep down, they know it took a long time to get here. But they also know that everything happened exactly as it needed to, so that when this meeting finally happened, they would be ready to recognize and value it. And if you liked this reading, subscribe and leave your like on the video to stay updated on your signs readings. I swear I don't want to lose you, and you need to believe me. This reading begins with the Five of Pentacles, and it already shows this person's deepest fear right now: loss. It is not a small fear. It is not something temporary. It is a real feeling that they may be about to lose someone who is extremely important. There is emotional anguish here, a strong insecurity, as if they feel they are on the verge of being left out, of being left behind, of not being able to sustain this connection. And this affects them deeply because for the first time, they realize how much this relationship means in their life. The Nine of Swords reinforces this internal state. This person thinks a lot, worries a lot, relives situations, analyzes everything that has already happened between you. There is anxiety, there is guilt, there is fear of the future. Many times they ask themselves if they have already gone too far, if they have let important things pile up, if they have created situations that are too difficult to resolve. And just imagining a definitive ending destabilizes them. It is not something they accept easily. On the contrary, it keeps them up at night, creates restlessness, weighs on their conscience. At the same time, the Ten of Pentacles shows that this person sees great potential in your connection. It is not just any relationship. They see structure. They see the possibility of something lasting. They see building. They see a future. There's a vision here of stability, of solid partnership, of something that could truly become important and consistent in their life. And it is exactly because they see this potential that the fear of losing it becomes even greater. The world appears showing that this relationship has a deep meaning. It is not just a common story. It is an important cycle, something that came to bring learning, evolution, growth. This person feels that there is something bigger involving the two of you, something that does not end in a simple way, something that calls for conscious closure, resolution, understanding. And deep down, they do not want this cycle to end in an incomplete way, full of hurt or doubts. The Hierophant brings the awareness that this relationship now needs maturity. There is no more room for impulsive behavior, no more room to avoid conversations, no more room to leave things unresolved. This person understands that there are issues that need to be aligned, that there are difficulties that must be faced in an adult way, with responsibility, respect, and dialogue. They recognize that it is not a bed of roses, that it is not perfect, but they also understand that real relationships require building. And that is where their request comes in. They do not want to do this alone. They know there are loose ends, they know there are wounds, they know there are situations that still need to be resolved, but they do not want that to be a reason to give up. The Magician appears, showing that they are willing to act, to create solutions, to find ways. They no longer want to stay still waiting for things to resolve on their own. They want to talk. They want to align. They want to rebuild. There is an energy here of initiative, of a real attempt to do things differently, to use what they have learned to change how they deal with the relationship. And the Devil brings the intensity of this bond. This person feels that this connection is too strong to be ignored. There is attachment, there is desire, there is a very intense emotional bond. But at the same time, they recognize that this intensity needs to be better managed. Because at times, it may have created conflicts, emotional dependence, thus impulsive actions, or even exhausting situations. They understand that things cannot continue the same way, that if they want this to work, they need to change. And that is exactly what they want. This reading shows someone who is not denying the problems, not pretending everything is fine, not romanticizing the situation. On the contrary, they recognize the difficulties, recognize the mistakes, recognize that there are still things to be resolved. But even so, they do not want to give up. They do not want to lose you. They do not want all of this to end without trying. The Five of Pentacles shows the fear of loss. The Nine of Swords shows the emotional weight of it. The Ten of Pentacles shows the value of the connection. The World shows the importance of this cycle. The Hierophant shows the need for maturity. The Magician shows the will to act. And the Devil shows how intense this is. This person is saying very clearly, I know it's not perfect. I know we have things to resolve. I know it hasn't been easy until now, but I don't want to lose you. And more than that, they are asking for a chance to do things differently, a chance to talk, a chance to align, a chance to try again, but in a more conscious way. They understand that it does not depend only on them, that you also need to want it, that this is a process for two, but they no longer want to run. They no longer want to avoid. They no longer want to postpone. They want to resolve it now. Because for them, losing this connection is not an option they are willing to accept without fighting first. If you liked this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on your zodiac sign. In the past, it didn't work out, but now our love will finally flourish. The Two of Wands opens this reading showing that, in the past, this person stood before an important choice and did not know how to act. There was desire, there were feelings, there was a vision of the future, but there was also fear, insecurity, and a lack of clarity about which path to take. This person looked at the love they felt for you, but at the same time felt trapped by external circumstances, responsibilities, inner conflicts, and deep doubts. The Two of Wands speaks of someone who saw the potential of the relationship, but did not feel ready to cross into the unknown and truly take the risk. Next comes the Eight of Cups, revealing the emotional withdrawal that happened during that time. It was not a withdrawal due to lack of love, but because of exhaustion, frustration, and the feeling that nothing was flowing. This person felt that no matter how hard they tried, something always blocked things. Something always went wrong. Something always seemed to prevent the relationship from moving forward. The Eight of Cups shows someone who walked away because they believed that perhaps this love was not possible at that moment. It was a painful departure, filled with sadness, but seen as necessary for emotional survival. Soon after, the Seven of Wands appears, bringing to light all the difficulties, resistance, and external pressures that surrounded this relationship in the past. There were interferences, conflicts, opposing people, draining situations, and a constant feeling of fighting against the entire world. The love existed, but it felt as though everything conspired against it. The Seven of Wands shows that this person always felt on the defensive, always having to justify their feelings, always trying to sustain something that seemed to lack support from life at that time. The reading then deepens with Justice, marking an important turning point. This card brings the energy of fairness, balance, and the correction of destiny. Justice shows that what happened in the past does not define the future, and that now a greater force steps in to reorganize everything. The tarot indicates learning, maturity, and awareness of the mistakes made, the choices taken, and the circumstances that prevented love from flourishing before. Justice reveals that there is now alignment between heart, mind, and destiny. Nothing will be lived unjustly again. Next, the Death card appears, confirming the definitive ending of that old cycle. Death does not speak of loss, but of deep transformation. Everything that blocked, restrained, and prevented love from prospering has been left in the past. Old patterns were broken, worn-out situations were finalized, and limiting beliefs were released. This person is no longer the same, just as you are no longer the same. Death shows that this love is now being reborn in a new energy, in a new phase of life, completely different from the previous one. Soon after comes the Nine of Wands, bringing the memory of wounds, fatigue, and emotional exhaustion experienced by both of you. This card shows that there was pain, failed attempts, and wear and tear. But it also shows resilience and survival. Even wounded, this connection did not die. Even tired, this person did not forget. The Nine of Wands indicates someone who went through emotional battles but learned from them. Now there is more maturity, healthier boundaries, and greater awareness of what needs to be done differently. The energy begins to rise with the Six of Wands, bringing the promise of success, recognition, and victory. This card shows that, finally, this love can be lived openly, safely, and with appreciation. The Six of Wands speaks of overcoming the past, emotional victory, and pride in having withstood time. This person feels that they now truly have the conditions to assume this relationship and walk beside you with confidence and security. What once seemed impossible now becomes viable. Next, the tarot presents the Six of Swords, showing the transition into a lighter and calmer phase. This card speaks of leaving behind suffering, conflicts, and past pain to move toward calmer waters. The Six of Swords indicates that this person is ready to build a relationship without drama, without instability, and without the heavy burden that existed before. There is a deep desire here for peace, emotional balance, and serenity by your side. Then the Six of Pentacles appears, bringing the energy of reciprocity and fair exchange. This card reveals that, unlike the past, there is now balance between giving and receiving. No one will carry the relationship alone. The Six of Pentacles shows that this person wants to offer what they could not before: presence, care, dedication, and support. There is awareness that love only flourishes when both walk at the same level of commitment. Finally, the reading is grounded with the Eight of Pentacles, showing real commitment to building this new phase. This card speaks of continuous effort, daily dedication, and the willingness to make it work. The Eight of Pentacles indicates that this relationship will not be based only on feelings, but also on concrete actions, patience, and responsibility. This person is willing to work on the relationship, learn from past mistakes, and build something solid step by step. This reading makes it clear that in the past, it truly did not work out. Circumstances were not favorable, maturity was lacking, life felt blocked, and love could not be sustained. But now everything has changed. There is transformation, divine justice, and deserving energy in motion. The Two of Wands shows the old indecision. The Eight of Cups shows the painful withdrawal. The Seven of Wands shows the external struggles. Justice brings balance to destiny. Death closes the old cycle. The Nine of Wands shows the wounds that taught lessons. The Six of Wands announces victory. The Six of Swords brings peace. The Six of Pentacles brings reciprocity. The Eight of Pentacles confirms commitment. Now this love can flourish. Now life supports it. Now there is maturity, clarity, and alignment. What once seemed impossible becomes reality, because the right time has arrived, and what did not work out in the past now finds space to grow, flourish, and remain. And if you enjoyed this video, leave your like and subscribe to stay up to date with all the readings for your sign. You are everything I've always wanted. Will you be my girlfriend/boyfriend? The Six of Pentacles opens this reading by bringing the awareness a fair exchange that this person sought before taking action. She did not want to enter something where only one side gives, makes the effort, or feels more. Deep down, she has always desired balance, reciprocity, and truth. This person began asking herself whether she could offer the querent the same level of commitment, presence, and care that she felt coming from her. For that reason, before acting, she needed to understand whether she was truly ready to live a relationship where there is real exchange, not emotional imbalance. The Knight of Wands appears, showing the intensity that has always existed in this connection. The attraction was never small. It was always strong, alive, electric. An attraction that moves the body, the mind, and the soul at the same time. This person felt the urge to act quickly, to jump in, to live this story without overthinking. But precisely because she recognized this intensity, she became afraid of acting impulsively. She did not want to confuse desire with direction. She did not want something so strong to begin hastily and then be lost. The Hanged Man explains this period of pause. This person deliberately placed herself in waiting, not because she felt nothing, but because she felt too much. She forced herself to look at this connection from another angle, to sacrifice immediate desire in order to understand the long-term impact. It was a time of inner silence, deep reflection, and difficult questioning. She needed to ask herself what she would have to leave behind, what would need to change, and what kind of person she would need to become in order to live this relationship in a healthy way. Strength appears as the turning point of this inner process. This person realized that she was not weak for feeling fear, nor cowardly for hesitating. She understood that true strength was in facing her own feelings with honesty. Strength shows someone who tamed insecurities, controlled impulses, and faced old fears. She began to realize that loving is not losing control, but choosing with awareness, and that courage is not acting fast, but acting right. The Page of Wands brings the rebirth of enthusiasm. After so much reflection, this person began to feel joy again when thinking about this connection. No longer as a heavy doubt, but as a beautiful possibility. The Page of Wands speaks of renewed curiosity, of the desire to live something new, of opening a new chapter with more lightness. This person allowed herself to imagine, dream, and desire again, without so much weight from the past or fear of the future. The Ace of Pentacles confirms that this decision does not come empty. There is here the desire for a concrete, real, and possible beginning. It is not only emotion, it is not only attraction. It is the will to build something solid with foundation, presence, and continuity. This person wants to do it right. She wants to start in a clean, honest way, with potential for growth. The Ace of Pentacles speaks of a firm step taken with feet on the ground and heart open. The Ace of Wands adds to this energy by bringing the true fire of this choice. There is no coldness, complacency, or lack of passion here. There is desire, flame, life pulsing. This ace shows that even after so much analysis, the feeling remains alive, strong, and intense. It is not a fleeting spark. It is a flame that withstood time, distance, and doubt. This person realized that if, even after all this waiting, the desire was still there, then it was real. And the world closes this reading by showing the definitive conclusion of this inner cycle. This person reached an answer. She closed the chapter of indecision, fear, and endless waiting. The world speaks of maturity, understanding, and alignment between mind, heart, and action. She now understands that this new beginning does not represent loss, but evolution. It is not a reckless risk, but a necessary step to live a complete experience. This reading speaks of someone who did not want to play with feelings. Someone who respected both her own story and yours. Who did not want to start something just because she felt attraction, but because she reached the inner certainty that she truly wanted to live this. This person tested herself, questioned herself, restrained herself, and observed herself. And even so, the feeling remained. Now what emerges is no longer doubt, but decision. No longer waiting, but movement. No longer fear, but conscious surrender. This person understands that no relationship comes with absolute guarantees, but some choices come with truth. And this is one of them. She knows she is not throwing herself into emptiness. She is allowing herself to live something that makes sense, that resonates with who she is today and with who she wants to become. She does not just want to feel, she wants to build. She does not just want to desire, she wants to live. She does not want to try just for the sake of trying. She wants to honor what she feels with real actions. This reading shows someone who chose with a mature heart, a clear mind, and an aligned soul. And now, knowing that this is not just a momentary flame, but a true desire to live a real story, this person decides to move forward. Not because she was pressured, not because she was impulsive, but because she arrived at the simplest and strongest truth possible. This is what she wants. And if you liked your reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the updates for your zodiac sign. Your love has just discovered what the problem was with your connection and deeply regrets it. The Knight of Swords opens this reading bringing a truth that this person can no longer avoid, the urgent need to take responsibility. There is a clear awareness here that they were quick to confuse, to cut things off, to pull away, and to create emotional distance whenever something began to require maturity. The Knight of Swords shows someone who reacted far more than they acted, making impulsive decisions driven by inner anxiety and fear of not being ready. Today, this person looks back and understands that many actions were taken without deep reflection, hurting a connection that deserved care. Next comes the Ten of Pentacles, showing what this person always saw in you, even when they pretended not to. Stability, maturity, emotional security, and the potential to build something for a lifetime. The Ten of Pentacles reveals that deep down, they knew you represented something serious, something far too important to be treated lightly. And that is exactly why they froze. The greater the potential, the greater the fear of failing. This person felt that if they truly entered this connection, they would have to sustain something solid. And at that time, they did not feel capable of doing so. The reading deepens with strength, revealing this person's deepest internal conflict. They always appeared confident on the outside, but inside carried enormous insecurities. Strength shows someone who had to learn to contain emotions, impulses, and desires because they did not trust themselves. This person did not believe they were strong enough to love properly, to be consistent, to be a good partner. And instead of admitting that, they closed off, hardened, and pulled away. It was not a lack of love. It was a lack of self-worth. The Six of Cups emerges, bringing the emotional truth that never disappeared. Even while distancing themselves, even while sabotaging, this person always felt a soul connection with you. The Six of Cups speaks of familiarity, of something that touches deeply, of a bond that cannot be explained rationally. This person felt comfort, safety, and truth by your side. And that frightened them. Because as good as it felt, it also showed how unprepared they were to offer the same level of commitment in return. Next appears the Four of Pentacles, showing how this person held everything inside. They closed themselves off emotionally, held back feelings, avoided deep conversations, and did not allow themselves to move forward. The Four of Pentacles speaks of fear of losing control, fear of exposure, and fear of admitting vulnerability. This person preferred to protect themselves rather than open up. They chose distance rather than risk failing you. The sabotage becomes even clearer with the Seven of Swords. This card shows inconsistent behavior, emotional avoidance, and even self-deception. Many times, this person created stories for themselves to justify the distance. They convinced themselves and the querent that there was no connection, that they would never change, that they were not ready and perhaps never would be. All of this was a way to avoid facing their own difficulty in focusing, maturing, and sustaining a true bond. The Seven of Swords shows that they deceived themselves more than anyone else. The Three of Wands appears, showing the constant feeling that it still wasn't the right time. This person always believed they needed to live more, learn more, and experience more before committing. They kept themselves in a state of waiting, as if the future would resolve what they could not resolve internally. The Three of Wands speaks of someone who looks far ahead toward future possibilities but cannot be present in the now. And meanwhile, love was pushed to the background. The Seven of Cups closes the pattern of confusion that dominated this phase. Many options, many ideas, many distractions, and very little clarity. This person got lost trying to embrace everything at once. Other projects, other experiences, other areas of life. They confused freedom with dispersion and growth with escape. The Seven of Cups shows someone who did not know how to prioritize, who was led by illusions and ended up not choosing anything truly. This reading is a sincere admission. This person understands today that the biggest problem in the connection was not external obstacles, circumstances, or other people's opinions. The problem was internal. It was the difficulty in focusing, in believing in themselves, in feeling worthy of loving and being loved. They understand that they made you doubt the connection, made you believe nothing would ever be resolved, when in truth, the one who was blocked was them. The Knight of Swords shows impulsive actions. The Ten of Pentacles shows the potential they always saw in you. Strength shows hidden insecurity. The Six of Cups shows the soul connection. The Four of Pentacles shows emotional closure. The Seven of Swords shows self-sabotage. The Three of Wands shows constant waiting. The Seven of Cups shows confusion and dispersion. Today, this person feels deep regret. Regret for making you go through doubt, insecurity, and emotional exhaustion. They understand that they did not fail because they didn't love you, but because they didn't know how to love at that time. And this awareness hurts because now they clearly see what they wasted time trying to avoid. They recognize that the problem was never the connection. It was never you. It was never the love. The problem was them. And if you like this reading, subscribe to the channel and leave your like on the video to receive all the videos of your sign with the updates. When this reading opens, the energy that forms is like a spiritual wind clearing everything around, removing heaviness, pushing away shadows, dissolving blockages that had been interfering with the querent's romantic life for years. It is a deep, powerful, and fully spiritually guided reading. The title vibrates exactly what the tarot reveals. All the blockages from people, situations, and negative energies that were hindering your romantic life are being cleansed, removed, and released from your path. And through the cards, what is revealed here is a great gift from the universe. A true, reciprocal, compatible, destined love arriving to stay. The first card to manifest is the Two of Cups, the purest and most sacred union in the tarot. This card is not just a relationship. It is the meeting of two souls that recognize each other, that vibrate at the same frequency, that complete one another energetically. The Two of Cups represents the great love of a lifetime, the love that comes to build, support, grow, and remain. This card opens the reading by saying that the querent was facing obstacles, interference, contrary energies, and relationships that made no sense because her destiny was never in those paths. Her destiny is the love of the Two of Cups, someone who matches her spiritually, emotionally, and energetically. And now that the blockages have been cleared, this union can finally happen. Right after, the Knight of Cups appears, bringing movement, approach, romantic invitation, passion, and sensitivity. This card represents the arrival of this great love into the querent's life in a gentle, caring, affectionate, and sincere way. The Knight of Cups is the messenger of true love, someone who comes with their heart in their hands, with sweet words, with a gaze full of genuine intention. He shows that this person is coming toward the querent with a real desire to connect, open up, share emotions, and build a story. This is not a passing romance. This is not someone who appears by accident. This is someone sent by spirituality, guided by the heart. Next, the tarot reveals the Ace of Cups, the beginning of pure love. This is the card that symbolizes emotional rebirth, soul overflow, love that begins clean and true without interference. The Ace of Cups shows that this new relationship is born from the querent's own merit, from the healing she has done within herself, from the strength she showed by facing so many disappointments, so many hurts, so many frustrations. Spirituality is recognizing her effort, her evolution, her emotional maturity, and is pouring into her life a new love, a pure love, a complete love. The Ace of Cups is a divine gift, an emotional rebirth, a portal to a romantic life completely different from anything she has lived so far. But the tarot also shows what was blocking the querent's love life. The Five of Wands appears as the symbol of energetic fights, interference from other people, chaotic situations, arguments, negative energies that tried to block her path. This card represents emotional confusion, involvement with the wrong people, toxic relationships, repetitive cycles, failed attempts to love someone who was never destined. The Five of Wands shows that there was a lot of battle in love, as if she were always in the right place with the wrong person, as if an invisible wall prevented things from flowing. But in this reading, the Five of Wands appears as the energy finally being cleared, cut, dissolved. It represents the past closing. The next card, the Three of Pentacles, brings the energy of solid building, balanced partnership, and shared growth. This card reveals that the love arriving is a love that builds, supports, participates, and invests in the relationship. The Three of Pentacles shows stability, structure, joint financial growth, mutual support, and a relationship that develops with a firm foundation. This person doesn't come to create confusion. They come to build a life with the querent. This is a partnership of soul, mind, and life. Then the tarot shows the Fool, representing the pure, light, liberated new cycle. The Fool here announces the beginning of a romantic journey completely different from the querent's past. It is the leap of faith, the spiritual rebirth, the love that arises without old wounds attached. It is total liberation from the energies that once blocked her. The Fool shows that the universe is opening a new path, clean, illuminated, guided, so that this soul-level love can finally manifest. Next appears the Nine of Pentacles, confirming that the querent is ready. This card shows emotional independence, stability, self-confidence, maturity, and self-worth. The Nine of Pentacles indicates that she worked deeply on herself, elevated her energy, strengthened her self-esteem, became more selective and more aware of her own value. This card reveals that she will no longer accept less than she deserves. And that is precisely why she now attracts a love vibrating on the same level. The Nine of Pentacles shows that this union will be prosperous, abundant, and full of emotional and material rewards. And then, closing the reading, one of the most spiritual cards in the tarot appears, the Hierophant, also known as the High Priest or the Pope. This card confirms that this union is guided by the spiritual realm. The Hierophant represents the sacred bond, the love with purpose, the relationship that arrives blessed, the connection meant to last. It brings the energy of stable union, serious commitment, fidelity, and building a life together. It shows that this love is deserved, a divine reward for the journey of evolution the querent has walked. The Hierophant is the certainty that this relationship comes with spiritual protection, structure, peace, and stability. The tarot shows clearly: Two of Cups, soul-level love; Knight of Cups, romantic approach; Ace of Cups, divine beginning; Five of Wands, blockages being removed; Three of Pentacles, joint construction; the Fool, new cycle, free of interference; Nine of Pentacles, the querent prepared; the Hierophant, blessed and lasting union. This reading reveals that everything blocking love is being fully dissolved. Spirituality is opening the paths, the querent soul is ready, and the great love of her life is arriving. To stay, to build, to love. And if you enjoyed this reading and want to continue receiving updates for your sign, subscribe to the channel and leave your like. See you in the next reading. This person urgently wants to tell you this. Come see when the cards reveal themselves before me. I feel as if a wave of emotion and urgency crosses the space, as if this person were right here, so close, heart racing, trying to find the right words to express everything they feel. The Five of Swords shows that there were misunderstandings, things said in the heat of the moment, or silences that weighed too heavily. But then, judgment emerges as a calling, a deep desire to clear everything up, to open the heart and transform any hurt into understanding and reconciliation. The Four of Cups reveals that this person can no longer bear to pretend they're fine without you. They miss you even in the smallest details, and it has made them realize that no other smile, no other presence can fill the space that belongs only to you. The Six of Pentacles shows that now they want balance, to exchange affection and care, to give back everything they received and even more, as if they finally understood the value of this true exchange. The Magician appears shining, showing that this person is gathering courage and resources to take action. And the Wheel of Fortune brings confirmation that destiny is about to turn in your favor. Something unexpected, but which will mark the beginning of a new chapter. The Fool comes with that light, passionate energy, wanting to dive in wholeheartedly, without hesitation. But then the Tower shows that something inside them has already collapsed. The defenses, the excuses, the resistance. The Hangman reveals they have reflected enough and now understand what truly matters. The Empress is you in this spread, the essence that inspires, nurtures, and gives meaning to their life. The Four of Wands arrives as a scene of celebration and reunion, and the High Priestess confirms there is a deep spiritual bond guiding every step toward this reconnection. And among the cards that softly appear in my field of vision, I also see the Eternal Flame, a card that speaks of feelings that never fade. They only transform and return stronger. And the Garden of Meeting, showing that the universe is preparing the perfect place and the right moment for this conversation to finally happen. What this person urgently wants to tell you is that they don't want to waste any more time, that they miss you in every detail, and that all they desire now is to start again with love, commitment, and the certainty that you belong to each other. The energy that came up right at the beginning made me take a deep breath. The first card to appear was the Veil of Illusion, and it shows that this rival has been creating a field of confusion around the person you love. She doesn't just occupy physical space. She creates an emotional atmosphere that clouds their thoughts. It's as if everything is foggy, as if they can't clearly see what they truly feel for you. And that doesn't mean their feelings for you don't exist. On the contrary, precisely because they do, she needs to cast this mist around them to try and keep them close. Because she feels she's losing control. Right after, the emotional chains appeared, revealing how much this rival uses emotional manipulation, guilt, old memories, and even broken promises to keep this person tied to her. And this goes far beyond love. It's no longer about feelings. It's about possession, control, ego. She doesn't want to see them free to love someone who truly touches their soul. That's why you feel things started to stall, cool off, lose strength. It's not a lack of connection between you. It's energetic, emotional, and often silent interference. Next came the Mask of the Everyday, a strong card that speaks of appearances. This rival might appear to be doing fine, happy, and at peace. But inside, she's insecure, desperate, and sensing that she's about to lose. And when that feeling grows, she intensifies the mind games. She starts saying she'll change, that things will get better, that she'll be different. But it's all a facade. Fear of seeing the truth take form, that the person she's trying to hold on to no longer vibrates for her the way they once did. And the name that vibrates in their heart is yours. The turned mirror brought a delicate revelation. This rival tries to compare herself to you. She observes you, even from a distance, even in silence. She senses your presence, feels threatened by your light, and this feeds a feeling of competition that consumes her. But love is not a competition, and that's why she can't win, because you're not competing. You love, you feel, you respect the other person's timing. Your connection is true, while what she tries to maintain has long worn out. Then appeared the invisible web, showing how this rival creates situations that make it hard for the two of you to reconnect. It could be through indirect messages, provocations, blocks, or just planting doubt. She wants you to give up. She wants you to believe there's no more hope. But the cards show that the feelings this person has for you still beat strong. They think about you, miss you, feel your energy even when you try to walk away. That's why, despite all the interference, your connection still survives. The diverted path shows that, because of her influence, this person may have made decisions that push them away from you. They may have acted cold, spoken confusing words, or even said things that hurt. But know this, these actions didn't come from their heart. They were fueled by a toxic environment, by undermining words, by doubts whispered into their ear with ulterior motives. This rival knows exactly what she's doing. She knows their emotional triggers. But what she doesn't have is the power to erase what exists between you. The stopped clock reveals that ever since this rival intensified her presence, this person's life has been stuck. Everything is stagnant, dull, without perspective. She's trying to hold on to a relationship that no longer flows. And they, out of fear or comfort, remain there. But time is ticking, and deep down, they know this cycle can't last much longer. Everything feels forced, like it's just waiting for a spark to bring the fragile structure down. Finally, the silent cry hit hard. This person wants to reach out to you. They want to talk, to break the silence, to open their heart. But the rival's presence works like a barrier. Every time they try to leave, something pulls them back. But it's just a matter of time, because the heart can't pretend forever. And your name is becoming harder and harder to silence inside them. The next card was the Invisible Knot, and it shows that the rival still exerts subtle control over this person. It may not be passion anymore, or even love, but there's a kind of emotional bond tied by routine, fear, and unfinished stories. And this knot is fed by rehearsed words, timely tears, and a fragile image that disarms them. But the cards are clear. This bond is not unbreakable. It's loose, it's slipping, and it's on the verge of snapping if they truly listen to their heart. Right after came the Scarecrow of Guilt, a card about emotional manipulation. The rival knows exactly where to hit. She uses memories, old promises, and even veiled threats of sadness, abandonment, or helplessness to stop them from following their heart. She fears losing not because she loves more than you, but because she can't stand losing control. That's the truth. She wants possession, not connection. And it's draining this person's energy, making them confused, guilty, weakened. The hidden darkness brought a strong message. There's something the rival is hiding. It could be an ulterior motive, past betrayal, or even other emotional ties she doesn't reveal. She's not being honest, and this lack of clarity will be exposed soon, because the universe doesn't support lies for long. And when the truth comes out, it will be the wake-up call this person needs. You'll see that everything that felt blocked will begin to open up, because true love always finds a way to rise. Next fell the Emotional Labyrinth, showing that this person feels trapped in deep internal confusion. It's as if they're in a dead end, trying to decide whether to stay or risk everything for what their heart is shouting. And every time they think of you, that voice grows stronger. You are like a voice echoing from the other side of the maze, calling them to reunite, to begin again, to find meaning. And that's stronger than any influence the rival tries to impose. Then came the Cloak of Repression, showing how this rival tries to silence any mention of you. Whether it's a comment, a memory, a photo, or a song, anything that reminds them of you is avoided, because she knows the feelings are still alive. She knows one small trigger is enough to bring everything down, so she watches, controls, censors. But when love is true, it seeps through the pores. It shows in the eyes, in the present absence, in the weighted silence. And they can no longer hide it, even from themselves. The burning rose followed, a symbol of true passion trying to survive in a hostile environment. That's how this person feels about you. A love that burns, that insists, that resists, even surrounded by thorns. And the rival feels this energy. She knows that no matter how hard she tries, she can't be what you are. She can't awaken in them what you do. And that torments her. The comparison is constant. And that's what will make her eventually give up fighting something much greater than her. Lastly, the final card drawn was the immediate liberation, and it brings a clear message. This situation has an expiration date. The universe is preparing a shift. It could be a fight, a revelation, or the kind of emotional exhaustion that sparks action. But something is coming, something that will break this person free from their emotional prison. And when that happens, it will be like a storm sweeping away everything built on fear, control, and lies. Because what is true always prevails. Your soulmate is coming to you now. Pay attention because this reading comes with a very clear energy of announcement. It is not a vague promise. It is not distant hope. When the Two of Cups opens this spread as the main card, we are talking about a soul meeting. It is not superficial passion. It is not a confusing karmic connection. It is not a bond based on neediness. It is recognition. It is that look that meets the other and feels familiarity. It is as if the souls already knew each other even before the first touch. The spirituality here is being very direct. The person who is your true partner is free, is single, is emotionally available, and more than that, is ready. The time that needed to be lived so that this meeting could be healthy has already been fulfilled. The Seven of Swords shows that in the past, this person was not prepared. They had loose ends, confusion, unresolved situations. They may even have had feelings, but they did not have enough maturity to sustain what this connection requires. There were escapes, there was self-sabotage, there was fear of commitment. But that phase is over. Temperance is the confirmation of healing. This person went through a deep process of internal balance. They learned from mistakes, faced their shadows, had to look at patterns that sabotaged relationships, had to mature emotionally. And now this energy appears as someone centered, balanced, capable of dialogue, capable of building without impulsiveness. What was unstable before is now harmonized. The Nine of Pentacles shows that this soulmate has also achieved autonomy. They do not arrive dependent. They do not arrive needy. They do not arrive looking for someone to fill a void. They arrive whole, confident, financially more organized, emotionally more aware. This is very important because it guarantees that this connection is born not from necessity, but from choice. The Knight of Wands brings movement, and here I see real displacement. I see initiative. I see someone who is no longer only thinking or feeling, but moving. This card speaks of swift action once the decision has been made, and the decision has already been made. This person is on the way, and the Six of Wands shows victory. It shows success in the meeting. It shows mutual recognition. This connection does not come to bring doubt. It comes to bring confirmation. You will know. They will know. There will not be that mental game of, is this it? Because the energy of the Two of Cups is unmistakable. Now pay attention to timing. This reading brings a very specific marker, between 2 and 7 weeks. The number 7 appears strongly here. There is a very active energetic window during this period. It is not something distant. It is not something for next year. It is something close. It is something already in motion. Did it take time? Yes, it took time because it needed to. There were cycles to be closed, lessons to be learned, relationships that needed to end, structures that needed to fall. But now the path is clear. You also needed this time. Temperance does not speak only about them. It speaks about you too. You matured, you strengthened yourself, you became more selective, you learned to put yourself first. And that is exactly why now the meeting can happen without repeating old patterns. This soulmate does not come to play, does not come to test, does not come to teach through pain, comes to build. The Two of Cups guarantees emotional compatibility. The Nine of Pentacles guarantees maturity. Temperance guarantees balance. The Six of Wands guarantees success. And there is one more important thing. This meeting will feel natural. It will not be forced. It will not be complicated. It will flow. The conversation will flow. The interest will flow. The recognition will be immediate. It may be someone new. It may be someone who has crossed your path before, but who now returns different. What matters is that this person is single, ready, and prepared. You are no longer vibrating in the energy of waiting. You are vibrating in the energy of deserving. And when deserving meets readiness on the other side, the encounter happens. Between 2 and 7 weeks, something moves. A conversation, an invitation, a reunion, a beginning. This reading does not speak of illusion. It speaks of preparation completed. Your soulmate is coming, and this time you meet on the same frequency. Ready, whole, available. The time of waiting is ending. The time of meeting is beginning. Spirituality is guiding me to you. I feel the connection. This reading begins with a very deep energy of emotional and spiritual awakening. What appears here is not simply someone who is beginning to develop feelings, but someone who is going through a profound inner transformation in the way they view love, trust, and relationships. For a long time, this person believed that loving was dangerous. They did not arrive at this conclusion by chance. It was the result of experiences accumulated throughout life that taught them that opening up too much could hurt, trusting too much could bring disappointment, and giving their heart to someone could end in pain. Because of this, they built increasingly larger emotional barriers. At first, they were small defenses, small fears, and small doubts. But as the years passed and certain experiences left deep marks, those barriers became walls. How's exactly this? There is a person who learned to keep many things inside. They are not someone who easily reveals what they feel. They are not someone who exposes their vulnerabilities to just anyone. On the contrary, they spent a long time hiding emotions, fears, and even desires. To outsiders, they often seemed cold. But the truth is that an entire world was unfolding inside them. A world of reflections, insecurities, doubts, and unanswered questions. This person became an expert at observing before acting, analyzing before trusting, and waiting before surrendering. And this is exactly the attitude they brought when they met you. Because when you entered their life, something very different happened. It was not just a common attraction. It was not simply someone interesting crossing their path. There was a feeling of familiarity that was difficult to explain. There was a feeling of recognition, as though some part of them already knew you before truly knowing you. And this created a great inner conflict, because at the same time they wanted to get closer, they were afraid. At the same time they wanted to believe, they wanted to run away. At the same time they saw the potential of the connection, they searched for reasons to doubt it. The moon appears, showing exactly this period of confusion. This person could not distinguish intuition from fear. They could not tell the difference between a genuine warning and an old wound. Many times they believed they were listening to their intuition, when in reality they were listening to scars from the past. And there is a huge difference between those two things. Intuition guides. Fear paralyzes. Intuition brings clarity. Fear creates ghosts. Intuition points toward paths. Fear creates obstacles where they do not always exist. That is why, when you showed affection, they became suspicious. When you showed interest, they overanalyzed everything. When you expressed love, they questioned whether it was real. Not because you were doing anything wrong, but because they had learned to expect the worst from people. At some point in their life, believing too much brought suffering. Trusting too much brought disappointment. Giving too much of themselves brought wounds. So they came to believe that the best way to survive emotionally was to keep a certain distance, even when their heart wanted exactly the opposite. But something very in this reading. The more time passes, the more this person realizes that you do not fit the old patterns they once knew. They begin to notice different behaviors, different attitudes, and a consistency in you that they never found in other people. And this creates a beautiful process of transformation. For the first time in a long while, they begin to consider the possibility that perhaps not everyone is the same. Perhaps not every approach ends in abandonment. Perhaps not every surrender ends in betrayal. Perhaps not every love ends in suffering. The star shines very strongly here. It speaks of renewed hope, healing, restored faith, and someone who is beginning to believe again. Not because they have received absolute guarantees that they will never suffer again, but because they realize that living under the control of fear has not brought happiness either. They are beginning to understand that life cannot be built solely on protection. At some point, it becomes necessary to trust. At some point, it becomes necessary to give a chance to what the heart feels. The more they observe you, the more that hope grows. They notice the way you act. They notice the way you speak. They notice the way you care. They notice the way you show affection. And all of this begins to dismantle the old beliefs they carried for so long. The second part of this reading reveals tie-in. This person has finally understood that they spent years trying to avoid pain, and without realizing it, ended up avoiding happiness as well. They believed that emotional distance was protection, that not becoming attached was safety, and that overanalyzing everything before acting would guarantee security. But life began to show them that none of those strategies brought the peace they were seeking. They still felt empty. They still felt as though something was missing. They still watched life pass by without fully allowing certain experiences into their heart. Now, however, something has changed. The fears still appear if they no longer have the same power. A stronger voice is growing inside them. The voice of intuition, the voice of the soul. The voice that keeps telling them that you are not like the people who hurt them. The voice that keeps saying this connection deserves a chance. The voice that reminds them that some paths can only be understood by walking them. This person is not only learning to trust you more, they are learning to trust themselves. They are beginning to believe that they have matured, that they have learned from past mistakes, and that they are no longer the same version of themselves who accepted anything or failed to recognize important signs. And the more they trust themselves, the less they feel the need to live in a constant state of defense. The more they trust themselves, the less afraid they are of surrendering. The more they trust themselves, the more room there is for love to flourish. The Chariot shows movement. This person is leaving behind old versions of themselves G beliefs, born from pain rather than love. They are letting go of emotional patterns that no longer make sense. And as this happens, they draw closer to you. Because much of the distance that once existed between you was never physical. It was emotional. It was built by their fears, insecurities, and unresolved experiences. Now, those barriers are beginning to fall, one by one. There is a powerful feeling that this person is finally allowing life to surprise them in a positive way. For years, they expected disappointment, betrayal, and abandonment. Now they are beginning to consider something that once seemed impossible. The possibility of being happy. And that changes everything. This reading shows that deep within this person's heart, there is a growing certainty that you are exactly the kind of person they have been searching for. Not someone who came to repeat old wounds. Not someone who came to teach another painful lesson. But someone who came to show that after so many fears, doubts, and scars, it is still possible to love sincerely, build with trust, and experience a connection that finally makes the soul feel at home. Today, as I touched the cards, I felt a deep silence, as if someone was trying to hide what they feel, trying to swallow an old guilt. There's an energy here that weighs in the air, and it weighs because there's an unspoken regret, a longing being suffocated, and a truth that still hasn't been delivered. And maybe you're feeling it too, right? That sense that something was left unresolved, that the person simply turned their back, but left their soul entirely with you. The first card that fell on the table was the Inner Judgment card. It speaks of someone who, at this moment, is looking at themselves with honesty, maybe for the first time in a long while. This person may have blamed you for many things in the past, may have pretended everything was fine, may have even said it was better this way, that it was the right thing. But inside, now, they're reviewing every word, every action. This card shows a mirror, a painful mirror, because it reflects failures, cowardice, silence. Then came the Living Absence card, and this card always strikes deeply. It represents someone who physically left but left their soul attached to you. Someone who tries to move on but carries your name in every thought. This person did regret it, not necessarily the choice they made, but the way they did it. The coldness, the lack of care for your heart, how quickly they turned the page, or pretended to. Because inside, the story is still open. Next came the Moon of the Unhealed Past, bringing with it an energy of guilt, of bitter memories. You know when someone tries to forget something, but it comes back in dreams, in music, in the scent of clothes? That's what's happening with him or her. They can't escape their conscience anymore. They're being pulled inward to see the damage they caused, to recognize that they lost you out of ego, immaturity, fear. And maybe there was a moment when you spent nights trying to understand if you were truly loved, if the pain was only yours, if he or she simply moved on without looking back. And now the cards are saying, it wasn't easy for this person. It's still not easy. The Unspoken Words card confirms that this person is holding back an apology in their throat. They wanted to tell you something, but stayed silent. They mentally rehearse everything they would say, but never find the courage to send it. They look at their phone, check your profile, read old words, but would rather disappear than face their own weakness. The Lost Time card also appeared, and it's powerful. It shows that he or she now looks back and sees everything that could have been lived with you, the plans that never happened, the trips that remained dreams, the conversations that ended in silence, the bond that was exchanged for pride. And then comes the regret. Not only for losing you, but for not valuing you when they had you. At the center of the reading came the Shadow of Courage card. It shows that today what holds this person back is the fear of not being forgiven. Fear of coming closer and being rejected. Fear that you've already moved on, that you don't want to hear any more explanations. And even deeper, this person believes you deserve better. They carry pain in their chest, but still think, I'm not good enough for them. Or, they deserve someone who doesn't hurt them like I did. And even if they haven't said a word until now, even if you haven't heard a single apology, the regret is there. Almost screaming, but swallowed. The throat knot card confirms this. It's someone who wants to speak, wants to come closer, but is afraid of their own truth because they know they were wrong. They know they hurt you. They know they destroyed something beautiful, and now they feel they might not have the right to return. But Spirit is very clear. Regret exists, and it runs deep, but it's still trapped in their emotional prison. This is important for you to understand. It's not that this person doesn't care. It's that they still haven't learned how to deal with their own mistake. And that's a kind of punishment too. Then came the creaking door card. It shows that this story hasn't fully closed. There's still a sliver of hope. There's still a desire. There's still a door half open in their heart. It creaks, stuck in pride, insecurity, but it's still there. After that came the confessed longing card, and with it, a strong energy of remembrance. This person misses your way, your affection, your presence, misses the conversations, the lightness, the peace you brought. And even if they're surrounded by others, the longing still hits. Silent, deep, painful. And to close, 3 cards jump together. The Cross of Truth, the Boat of Destiny, and the Spirit's Gaze. The Cross of Truth shows that this person will have to face what they feel sooner or later. The Boat of Destiny suggests that the universe might be preparing a reunion, an unexpected conversation, something to bring clarity. And the Spirit's Gaze says that the spiritual realm is on your side, protecting your heart and guiding you to the truth. So yes, he or she regrets it deeply, but they haven't yet had the courage to make it right. And you don't need to wait around. Life goes on. Self-love comes first. But know this, the truth is coming to light, even in silence. And the universe leaves nothing unanswered. Everything that is real, everything that is true, finds a way to return or to be resolved. They know they hurt you, but they want to come back. And this time, take you very seriously. When I open these cards, the energy that fills the space is dense and beautiful at the same time. It's as if the universe were showing me the heart of someone who is finally willing to face their own mistakes, not with paralyzing guilt, but with a sincere desire to transform. The title that vibrates in this reading could be heard as a quiet confession. I know I hurt you, but I'm becoming someone better so I can love you the way you deserve. And that's exactly what these cards tell. The first energy that arises is the Two of Pentacles, and it brings the living memory of instability. This card speaks of imbalance, of highs and lows, of someone trying to juggle emotions, choices, responsibilities, but often losing control. It perfectly represents the stage when this person didn't know what they wanted, oscillating between fear and desire, between impulse and doubt. The Two of Pentacles shows that many times they were guided by immaturity, by haste, by the will to live in the moment without thinking of the consequences. Some days they seemed ready to offer you the world. On others, they withdrew without explanation. And each time they acted that way, They left a trail of uncertainty, an emptiness in your heart, as if you were trying to dance on a floor that wouldn't stop moving. Right after comes the Three of Swords, and it is the silent cry of regret. This card speaks of emotional pain, of separations, of wounds that don't fade easily. It is the symbol of the broken heart, yours and now theirs too. This person knows they hurt you, knows they left scars, knows they created doubt in someone who only wanted love and stability. The Three of Swords is the awareness of the wound. They understand they were unfair, that their impulsive actions left you fearful of believing again. And now, that pain isn't punishment, it's learning. It's what's shaping a new version of them. More empathetic, more mature, more capable of understanding the value of someone who stayed even when everything felt uncertain. The Three of Pentacles appears next, like a breath of hope. This card carries the energy of learning, teamwork, and patient rebuilding. It's confirmation that this person is transforming. Not in words, but in actions. They want to rebuild what was broken. They want to prove through consistency that they've learned. The Three of Pentacles speaks of growth, of improvement, of a new cycle in which effort is constant. This person now understands that love isn't made only of intense feelings, but of commitment, of daily gestures, of mutual dedication. They want to become someone trustworthy, present, someone you can look in the eyes and know you're safe. Then comes the Six of Wands, and here the oracle begins to shine. This card speaks of overcoming, of victory, of someone who's gone through a difficult period and now rises proudly, not from ego, but from having conquered their own shadows. The Six of Wands shows this person regaining balance, focus, emotional control. It's the triumph of maturity over impulse, of clarity over confusion. They feel ready to rewrite the story with you, this time in a different, steady, and genuine way. But the tarot, generous as ever, opens the story further and shows other layers of this transformation. The Page of Wands appears as the portrait of who this person once was. Curious, impulsive, full of energy, but lacking consistency. It's the image of the beginning, explosive passion, enthusiasm, but no preparedness to sustain what they promised. This page lived in the now, believing love could be a light game. But life, over time, taught them that true love demands presence, truth, and commitment. And this is where the figure evolves. From the Page of Wands, the energy rises to the King of Wands. Now we see the same fire, matured and directed. The King of Wands is the strength of someone who has learned from their mistakes, someone who still carries passion and intensity, but now with purpose. He is the leader who knows what he wants, who no longer acts on impulse, but on certainty. This card shows that this person is taking emotional responsibility. They no longer want to run when things get serious, no longer want to play when the heart asks for truth. They want to use the fire of love not to burn bridges, but to light the way. And to crown this maturity, the King of Pentacles appears. He is the symbol of stability, security, and the building of a concrete future. If the page represented impulse and the King of Wands represented mature passion, the King of Pentacles represents solidity. He wants to offer not only words, but actions, to give you safety, to care, to protect, to build a shared life on firm ground. The King of Pentacles is the adult form of love, expressed through daily gestures, constancy, and real presence. This reading shows a complete journey, the evolution of someone who began in instability, Two of Pentacles, passed through pain and regret, Three of Swords, sought reconstruction, Three of Pentacles, and reached triumph and purpose, Six of Wands. It's the story of someone who looked inward and realized that the only way to repair the past is to be different in the present. On the spiritual plane, The universe confirms this process with invisible cards vibrating around. Judgment manifests, showing that this person has undergone a true awakening, a call from their own conscience to change, to make peace with what they broke, and to walk a fairer path. The Hierophant appears, sealing the intention of commitment, of doing things right this time. And the Two of Cups glows softly, reminding us that behind it all, there is still love, connection, destiny. This person knows they were wrong, knows they broke trust, acted impulsively, were inconsistent, but what they feel now is different. There's a genuine will to balance, to grow, to be worthy of this love. The Two of Pentacles shows the daily effort to balance emotions and responsibilities. The Three of Swords shows the regret that opens space for empathy. The Three of Pentacles shows the learning and the will to rebuild. The Six of Wands shows the result of this transformation, someone who overcame their own chaos and is now ready to win through love. The Tarot's message is clear and profound. This person wants to come back, but not the same way. They want to return as someone whole, mature, with both feet on the ground and a clean heart. They want to prove, through every gesture, that they've learned from the pain they caused. They want to show that they now understand the value of having someone who believed even when they seemed lost. They come with the sparkle of the Page of Wands, the fire of the King of Wands, and the solidity of the King of Pentacles, three faces of the same evolving soul. They come ready to love, respect, and build. They come with the awareness that true love isn't made of intense moments, but of constancy, dedication, and partnership. The universe confirms this love still has a path, but it can only last if lived in truth. And this person is ready for that. Ready to balance, Two of Pentacles, to heal, Three of Swords, to rebuild, Three of Pentacles, and to triumph, Six of Wands. Ready to be what you always hoped for. No longer the love that promises and disappears, but the love that arrives and stays. Everything that is hidden about the person you love. When I open the cards for you, I feel as if a thin veil were being lifted, and behind it, the truth pulses, warm, insistent, asking to be seen. Everything hidden about the person you love begins to reveal itself in layers, like a fragrance spreading through the air. The energy surrounding me is one of matured sincerity, of the desire to do things right, to build with roots and a roof. The first force crossing the table is justice. This heart weighs words and actions, measures causes and effects, revisits conversations in the middle of the night, searches for balance between reason and emotion. What they haven't told you is that they've been replaying every detail carefully, like someone reviewing a sacred contract with their own destiny. They want to align speech with action, to apologize if needed, to repair what was crooked, to name what they feel without detours, because they've learned that love without truth does not flourish. In silence, they talk to their own conscience, seek signs, pray softly, ask the universe for the chance to clarify everything in a clean, honest way. And when justice finds space, I see doors opening. He or she wants to take a stand, to assume, to define, to show you and the world that this feeling has value, direction, and purpose. Next to it, like a promise that matured at the right time, shines the Ten of Pentacles. Here lies the tenderest secret of this reading. Behind the daily life, this person dreams big. They imagine a home with lights on and laughter in the late afternoon, a table set, shared plans, small rituals that become memories. They think of safety, belonging, of arms that embrace after hard days. What has remained hidden is the depth of this desire. They don't want something fleeting. They want legacy. They want a future together. They want to plant now to harvest by your side for many years. Perhaps they haven't said it out of fear of seeming too much. Perhaps they hid behind goals, deadlines, commitments. But when they close their eyes, it is you who appears as their long-term destiny. And then, like a ray of sun that warms everything it touches, comes the Queen of Pentacles. The image of how this person sees you. They see in you the care that heals, the presence that soothes, the gentle confidence that organizes life. They find beautiful the way you turn little into much, how you place beauty in simple things, how you care without making a show of it. In secret, they long to take care of you as well, to offer you stability, to be a lap and a partner, to prove with actions, gifts that are gestures, invitations that are shelter, constancy that is proof that this love deserves solid ground. Between the lines, I catch glimpses of hidden scenes, messages written but never sent, audios recorded and deleted, playlists that search for you in the lyrics, memories that light up smiles during their day. I see the house from the Lenormand deck glowing in the subtle field, confirming the desire for a home. I perceive the lilies, asking for peace, reconciliation, harmony. I sense the serene anchor, choosing commitment after turbulent seas. Invisible cards also touch my heart. The sealed book, a secret kept under lock and key that wants to be opened. The golden key, the opportunity to speak clearly and move forward lighter. The garden of time, where everything blooms without hurry, but blooms nonetheless. What has been hidden is not indecision, it is intensity. This person tried to understand if it was love or infatuation, if it was a phase or destiny, and justice showed it is truth. They tried to focus on work, fulfill tasks, or a mask of control, but the Ten of Pentacles insisted, I want durability, I want us. They tried to appear casual, but the Queen of Pentacles whispered, I see you as precious, rare, irreplaceable. If there was silence, it was not empty, it was an incubator of courage. If there was distance, it was a lesson in longing. If there was noise, it was the outside world. Inside, it was always you. I sense this person's hand searching for the right word, the right gesture, the right time. And life tuning the clock hands. I see accidental meetings, simple invitations that hide great desire, conversations that begin lightly, and, when least expected, open space for the truth. And when that moment arrives, the words will come clean. I want to do things right, walk by your side, build a home, share plans, share days. What was hidden, now revealed, is a mature promise. Commitment to truth, justice, a project of life together. Ten of Pentacles. An affection that nurtures, protects, and makes love grow. Queen of Pentacles. Feel it in your chest. When love decides to stay, it learns the language of care, ties the bond with presence, names the feelings, and sustains what it promises. The universe tilts the stage, synchronicities increase, courage sprouts. And if you open the door, this story has everything it needs to be written with constancy, lightness, and warmth. Two hearts sharing both a symbolic and real roof. Two destinies saying yes, day after day, to the love that chooses to stay. In the past, I did not know how to see your value, and I ended up choosing the easier path. But today, I see the truth, man. This reading begins with the Five of Cups, and this is a card that speaks of true regret. It is not just nostalgia. It is not just longing. It is the awareness that something was lost because of poor choices, emotional immaturity, fear disguised as indifference. Today, this person carries a very clear feeling that they could have acted differently, could have been more sensitive, could have valued what was in front of them. But at the time everything was happening, they were too wounded to see clearly. This person's past was not simple. There were love experiences that left deep marks. There were disappointments that made them question their entire concept of love. What was once a dream turned into distrust. What was once surrender turned into defense. And that is where the Eight of Swords comes in. This person became trapped inside their own limiting beliefs. Trapped in the idea that loving means suffering. Trapped in the idea that opening up means losing. Trapped in the narrative that love always ends in frustration. When they met the querent, they were already in this state of extreme protection. They did not want to feel too much, did not want to commit too deeply, did not want to create expectations. So, in order not to appear vulnerable, they chose to appear too light, chose to treat something deep as if it were casual, chose to laugh when they should have stopped to feel. The Page of Swords shows this immature posture. There was curiosity, there was interest, there was attraction, but there was also superficiality in their actions. They analyzed, observed, thought a lot, but felt very little consciously. Or rather, they felt, but did not admit it. They preferred to play with the situation instead of facing its intensity. And in trying to appear detached, they became emotionally irresponsible. The Three of Cups reveals that they brought more people into the story, kept options open, mixed feelings with distractions, created an environment where everything seemed like a big social experience, fun and light, but deep down it was avoidance. Avoidance of depth. Avoidance of the real possibility of falling in love. Avoidance of the responsibility of choosing. Meanwhile, the Empress was there. The querent represented as someone of immense value, someone who offered real affection, genuine presence, care, emotional maturity. The Empress is not just any energy. She nurtures, builds, has self-esteem, knows how to love in an adult way. But this person, hurt and closed off, could not recognize that at the right time. They were so focused on not getting hurt that they did not realize they were hurting someone else. So worried about not being deceived that they ended up being unfair. So determined not to believe in illusions that they turned a real love into something that looked like a game. The Five of Cups returns here as delayed awareness. After time passed, after distractions lost their shine, after superficial experiences stopped filling the emptiness, they began to see the void, began to understand that what they had with the querent was different, that there had been a real possibility of something beautiful, balanced, and true. The Eight of Swords starts to dissolve when they understand they were trapped by an old fear, not by the present reality. The querent was never a threat, never an illusion, never a repetition of past pain. But because they were closed, they projected old traumas onto someone who had nothing to do with them. Today there is lucidity, there is regret, but there is also growth. They begin to recognize that acting immaturely was not protection. It was emotional cowardice, that bringing other people into the story was not freedom, it was escape. That treating love like a game did not prevent pain, it only delayed a lesson. This reading shows someone who has matured, who revisited the past and had the courage to admit their mistakes. Who understands that the querent did not deserve to be placed in exhausting situations. Who understands that things could have been different if they had been more honest with themselves. The Empress remains the Empress, still valuable, still someone who does not lose her greatness for having been misunderstood. And it is precisely this constancy that makes this person realize the magnitude of the mistake they made. Today, they see the truth. They see that love was not an illusion. They see that vulnerability was not weakness. They see that running away protected no one. And they understand that if they want something different in the future, they must act differently. This reading speaks of someone who let fear decide in the past, but who is now ready to let maturity take control. Someone who knows they need to repair, to talk, to clarify, to take responsibility. Because ignoring their own mistake is no longer possible. The regret exists. The awareness has arrived. And when awareness and responsibility walk together, real change begins to happen. If you liked this video, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to receive updates for your zodiac sign. The love of your life is ready and determined to stand by your side and have an extremely serious relationship with you. The King of Wands opens this reading with an energy of firm decision, inner fire, and conscious movement. This person is no longer in doubt, no longer watching from afar, no longer waiting for things to resolve on their own. The King of Wands speaks of someone who has taken ownership of their desire and decided to act. There is a clear intention here to come toward you, to take a stand, to show presence, and to make it explicit that they want this relationship. This is not empty impulse. It is a decision that comes after a great deal of reflection, maturity, and inner control. Next, the Emperor reinforces this stance. He shows that this person does not want to live just a fleeting passion, but to take on a solid place in your life. The Emperor speaks of structure, responsibility, stability, and protection. This person wants to be someone reliable, someone who builds, someone who offers emotional, material, and practical foundation. There is a deep desire to occupy a definitive place by your side, not as someone temporary, but as someone who stays, who sustains, and who takes responsibility. He does not want to share, does not want to compete, does not want to be in the background. He wants to be the clear choice. The Nine of Pentacles shows that this person went through an important period of autonomy and personal rebuilding. They needed to stabilize financially, strengthen self-esteem, and feel sufficient before approaching again. This arcana indicates that today they feel secure in who they are, what they can offer, and the value they hold. There is no longer that feeling of inadequacy, of not being enough, or of not being ready. Now there is confidence. They arrive whole, not needy, not dependent, but ready to share. The Knight of Cups reveals the emotional side that comes along with this attitude. There is romance, a desire to declare feelings, and a wish to talk about emotions and express everything that was held back for a long time. This Knight shows someone who wants to ask you to talk, to go out, to look into your eyes and say what they feel. It is no longer silent or contained. There is a genuine emotional impulse that asks for expression, contact, and closeness. The Page of Cups brings the emotional sincerity that accompanies this movement. This person does not come with games or manipulation. They come with an open heart, willing to talk about feelings honestly, even vulnerably. There is a genuine desire for an emotional restart, to create something new, light, yet true. This card speaks of someone who wants to show affection, care, and real interest, without fear of appearing sensitive. The Ace of Pentacles confirms that this approach is not only emotional, but practical and concrete. There is an intention here to begin something solid, stable, and long-lasting. The Ace of Pentacles speaks of a real new opportunity with foundation, commitment, and potential for growth. This person does not want to live only beautiful emotions. They want to build something with continuity, security, and future. There is a clear desire to invest time, energy, and resources into this relationship. The Ten of Swords, despite appearing heavy, comes as the definitive closing of an old cycle. It shows that everything that hurt, blocked, caused pain, confusion, or distance has been left behind. This person went through a difficult process, had to end situations, cut patterns, and accept losses to arrive here. The Ten of Swords indicates that there is no more space to repeat old mistakes. The past has been definitively closed so that a new beginning can happen without ghosts, without loose ends, and without interference. This reading speaks of someone who is no longer in internal conflict. Everything that needed to be resolved has been resolved. Financial, emotional, structural issues, and even past relationships have already been organized. Now, the path is clear. What is missing is not preparation, courage, or desire. Only the final step remains: going to you. There is an energy here of emotional urgency mixed with maturity. He knows what he wants, knows who you are, and knows the place he wants to occupy in your life. There is no longer fear of losing freedom, because he has understood that true freedom is choosing with awareness. There is no longer fear of commitment, because he realized that commitment does not imprison when there is love and alignment. This person comes with fire, but also with structure. Comes with passion, but also with responsibility. Comes with emotion, but also with clarity. He wants to be present, wants to take part in your life, wants to build something that belongs only to the two of you. There is no longer room for indecision, back and forth, or half measures. The movement is clear: approach, conversation, invitation, positioning. He wants to call you, wants to talk, wants to look into your eyes and make it explicit that he is ready. Ready to love, ready to invest, ready to commit. This reading does not speak of empty promises. It speaks of imminent action. It speaks of someone who understands that the time of observing is over and that now is the time to live. And he has chosen you to live this with. And if you enjoyed this video, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the latest updates about your zodiac sign. I ended up listening to the wrong people, but I love you both. This reading begins with the Seven of Wands, showing how much this connection faced resistance from the very beginning. It was not just a relationship between two people. There were external influences, opinions, interference, and energies around trying to create barriers between you. At that moment, this person was not emotionally strong enough to protect the connection and sustain what they felt against everything coming from outside. On the contrary, they allowed themselves to be pressured, influenced, and started seeing the situation through other people's eyes, instead of trusting their own perception and their own heart. The devil appears showing exactly the toxicity of these influences. There were manipulative people around them, people who did not want the best for the connection, and who planted insecurities and distortions. The devil's energy speaks of emotional manipulation, psychological poison, situations where someone is led to believe lies or distorted interpretations of reality. And the most painful thing for this person now is realizing that they allowed this to happen. They gave external opinions the power to define something that should have been decided only by their own feelings. This reading shows someone who, during that period, was very vulnerable to other people's approval, very dependent on outside perspectives, and very disconnected from their own intuition. Instead of trusting what they felt for you, they began trusting fear, pressure, opinions, and manipulations coming from others. And this created a great emotional distance because they started acting according to what others wanted, not according to what they truly felt. The Ten of Swords reveals the result of all this. Today, this person looks back and feels very deep regret. There is pain, there is guilt, there is the feeling that they destroyed something important by being too easily influenced. They realize they allowed themselves to be contaminated by people who did not have good intentions, people who were not concerned with their happiness, but with controlling, manipulating, or simply preventing this connection from happening. And the hardest part for them is realizing that deep down, the signs were there all along. They felt it, they sensed it, they knew there was something real between you. But they chose to ignore it in order to listen to outside noise. The Ten of Swords shows someone who feels extremely disappointed in themselves. There is a sense of having been naive, of having acted immaturely, of having allowed the wrong people to interfere in something very important. This person understands now that it was not you who destroyed the connection. It was their choices, their lack of firmness, and the fact that they valued outside opinions more than their own heart. The Knight of Cups appears as the attempt at repair. Despite all the pain and regret, this person does not want to remain distant. There is a very strong desire here to reconnect, to talk, to apologize, and to try to explain everything that happened. The Knight of Cups shows someone who wants to open their heart, who wants to act based on feelings, and who can no longer pretend that none of this matters. This person understands that the love still exists, even after the distance, even after the external influences, even after the mistakes. And that is exactly why the regret weighs so heavily, because they know they hurt someone they loved. The Seven of Wands also gains another meaning here, because now this person understands that they should have defended the connection instead of allowing others to attack it. Today they realize that they lacked emotional courage, lacked conviction, and lacked trust in you and in themselves. And this awareness hurts deeply. The Devil shows that they have finally managed to see these people's true faces. They realize that many of them were not sincere, were not well-intentioned, and that there was envy, control, or even pleasure in seeing this connection weakened. This brings a very bitter feeling because they understand that they allowed the wrong people to influence something that was real. The Ten of Swords marks exactly this painful awakening. It is the moment when the truth appears. The moment when they understand everything they lost. The moment when they realize that the current suffering was created by their own choices. But the Knight of Cups shows that, despite all this, they still believe there is room to try to fix things. Not because they think it will be easy, but because the feeling is still alive. There is love, there is longing, and there is an emotional need to ask for forgiveness, to clarify things, and to try to rebuild what was broken. This reading speaks of someone who matured through pain, someone who had to lose in order to understand value, someone who had to see the malice in others in order to finally trust their own heart more. And now this person no longer wants to be guided by fear, manipulation, or outside pressure. They want to act based on feeling. They want to act based on truth. They want to act based on the love they recognize in you. The Knight of Cups shows that there is an emotional movement coming, a sincere approach, an attempt to say everything that remained trapped inside. This person no longer wants to hide the regret, no longer wants to pretend they feel nothing, and no longer wants to carry alone the weight of what happened. They want you to know that, despite the mistakes, the feeling was never a lie, and that today they finally understand that the biggest mistake was not loving you. It was allowing other people to interfere in that love. I feel my soul calling for you. I feel that we are soulmates. This reading begins with the Queen of Wands, and it already shows how this person sees you. Someone who naturally draws attention, someone with presence, energy, magnetism, someone who does not go unnoticed. There is admiration here, but it is not just a superficial admiration. It is something deeper, almost as if this person recognizes in you a strength that they themselves would like to access within. The Queen of Wands brings this feeling of enchantment, fascination, connection with something alive, intense, and real. But this reading goes beyond fascination. The High Priestess enters, bringing the spiritual element of this connection. Here we are not just talking about attraction or interest. There is intuition, there is energetic perception, there is something that cannot be explained rationally. This person feels through dreams, feels through recurring thoughts, feels through signs that appear in unexpected ways. It is as if, even when they try to ignore it, something inside them keeps pointing toward you. And this begins to bother them, but also begins to awaken them. Justice shows that this connection carries a weight of truth. It is not something illusory. It is not something created by neediness. It is not something distorted. There is a sense of alignment here, as if this connection is fair, as if it is something that is meant to happen, as if there is a balance being sought through this meeting. This person begins to realize that maybe this bond is not by chance, that maybe there is a greater purpose, something beyond immediate understanding. And the more they try to ignore it, the stronger it becomes. The Tower appears exactly as this moment of breaking of beliefs, breaking of resistance, breaking of what they thought was reality. This person may have tried to rationalize, may have tried to dismiss it, may have tried to convince themselves that it was just an impression, but there comes a point where they can no longer sustain this denial. The Tower tears down old certainties and places them face to face with a truth that can no longer be ignored. They begin to realize it is not coincidence, that it is not just a phase, that it is not something temporary, and this completely changes how they see the situation. The Seven of Cups shows that in the beginning, there was a lot of doubt. They questioned whether it was real, whether it was all in their head, whether they were imagining too much, whether they were creating expectations. They tried to distract themselves, tried to look at other possibilities, tried to consider other paths. But among all these options, there was always something pulling them back to you. And this becomes evident, because no other possibility has the same weight. No other connection has the same intensity. No other person awakens the same kind of feeling. The Two of Cups comes in as confirmation. This is the card of soul union, emotional reciprocity, true connection. And when it appears after all this process, it leaves no doubt. This bond is not one-sided, not illusory, not superficial. There is something real, something that deserves to be lived, something that has the potential to become a true partnership. And this brings responsibility, because now this person understands that they can no longer pretend they don't feel. They can no longer ignore the signs. They can no longer hide behind doubt. The Eight of Pentacles shows that they begin to want to do something about it. They no longer want to just feel, just observe, just try to understand. They want to act. They want to invest. They want to learn how to deal with this connection in a more conscious way. There is dedication arising here, a willingness to build something from this awareness. This person begins to realize that maybe they don't need to understand everything before acting. That maybe the path is to follow what they feel, to follow intuition, to follow this calling, because this calling does not go away. On the contrary, it grows. The High Priestess continues to show signs. Justice continues to bring a sense of alignment. The Tower has already broken the denial. The Two of Cups confirms the bond. And now they no longer want to run. They begin to lose the fear, begin to gain courage, begin to accept that maybe this connection is something special, something rare, something that deserves at least a chance. This reading shows someone who is being internally guided toward movement. It is not external pressure, not influence from others. It is something coming from within, something that feels bigger than themselves, something that manifests in a subtle but constant way. They feel their own soul calling. And when the soul calls, it cannot be ignored for long. This person understands that they need, at the very least, to try. They need to go after it. They need to talk. They need to see how far this can go. Because not trying is no longer a comfortable option. And most importantly, they are no longer seeing this as something confusing or uncertain. They are beginning to see it as something real, as something that makes sense, as something that can indeed be a meeting of souls. And that is what is giving them the strength to move, because now they no longer want to just feel. They want to live it. And if you liked this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on your zodiac sign. The universe is guiding me back to our love. When I lay these cards on the table, I feel as if an intense light pierces through the space, illuminating every shadow, every doubt, every hesitation that once lived inside this person. The title of this reading already carries the essence. You are the most amazing person I have ever met, and life is guiding me to have this relationship with you. And as I observe the energy that reveals itself, I see that what is happening with this person is not just a rational process, but a spiritual calling, a divine guidance leading them, day after day, to greater clarity that the right path is with you. The first card to appear is the Star, and here lies the center of the entire reading. The Star speaks of hope, renewal, of light that guides in the middle of the darkness. This person sees in you exactly that, the light that illuminates their path, the hope that makes them reborn, the healing for the wounds they carry. Perhaps at other times there was confusion, doubt, uncertainty, but now the Star shines, and there is no way to ignore it. You are seen as someone special, rare, someone who stands out among all others. It is as if the universe has placed you as a beacon, a direction, a calling. And this person, no matter how much they try to resist, can no longer deny it. Your light is guiding their heart directly to you. Right after, the Eight of Wands appears. bringing the confirmation that this process is not slow. This card speaks of swift movement, of energy flowing, of events unfolding in unexpected ways. This person feels they cannot wait any longer, cannot delay anymore, that they must come closer. The Eight of Wands shows messages arriving, encounters happening suddenly, words spoken with urgency. It is as if this person's heart is being pushed, as if invisible forces are accelerating every step so they can finally show themselves. This is the energy of urgency, of desire, of the need to speak, to open their heart, to reach out to you. And then, as the seal that closes this reading, appears the Lovers. This is the card of choice, of decision, of free will, finally finding clarity. Before, this person may have hesitated, questioned themselves, or even tried to run from what they felt. But now, the Lovers show that the decision is being made, and the choice is you. This card speaks of union, reunion, of true love that can no longer be ignored. It shows that this person understands that the path of the heart is the only one that makes sense, that there is no more room for doubt. But it is not only the physical cards that speak. In the spiritual field, I see invisible symbols that make this reading even deeper. I see the golden rose, representing the blossoming of feelings that had been hidden and are now blooming with force. I see the divine clock, showing that everything is happening at the right time, that even delays and silences were part of the process for this person to gain clarity. And I also see the celestial bridge, indicating that spiritual forces are guiding every step, aligning encounters, coincidences, and signs that are leading this person back to you. This reading speaks of someone who once had doubts. This person questioned whether they should return, whether they should embrace this relationship, whether they should open their heart. There were moments of confusion, hesitation, fear. But now, the energy shows these doubts are dissipating like mist under the sun. Their mind is clearing, their heart is finding direction, and with each passing day, the certainty grows stronger. The right choice is you. The star shows the brightness you represent, the enchantment, the admiration, the inspiration. The Eight of Wands shows the urgency, the rush, the need to act, to not wait anymore. And the Lovers show the decision, the choice, the union. This person now understands that love is no longer something that can be set aside. It is the central truth of their life. It is what gives meaning. It is what makes them want to move forward. I also sense that the universe has been placing signs along this person's path. It could be a song playing at the right moment, a phrase that appears out of nowhere, a dream where you show up, memories that resurface when least expected. All of these are spiritual confirmations that there is no more running away. Destiny is guiding. Life is pushing. The heart is shouting. This love is profound because it involves not only emotion, but also purpose. This person now understands that it is not a matter of choosing between you and something else. It is a matter of truth. You are not an option. You are the answer. You are not a possibility. You are the path. You are the most incredible person they have ever met, and that is exactly why life is guiding them back to you. The secret revealed here is that this person is being guided not only by desires, but by greater forces. There is a spiritual energy that guides, that illuminates, that opens doors. The star, the Eight of Wands, and the Lovers leave no doubt. This relationship is not chance, not coincidence, not an ordinary meeting. It is destiny. It is choice. It is true love. And the final message of this reading is clear. This person is ready to reach out to you. to open their heart, to have the conversation left unsaid, to make the request you've been waiting for. Their heart has already decided, and the universe is confirming. The moment to live this story has arrived. Your love wants you to know this now. When I lay the cards on the table, I feel as if this person's heart is beating so intensely it almost overflows toward me. It's as if they are silently begging you to listen to what needs to be said now, because they can't keep it inside any longer. The Four of Wands emerges as the first sign, carrying with it the memory of happy encounters, of belonging, of finding home in the smile and the embrace that only you can offer. This card speaks of celebration, reunion, of a love that finds reasons to bloom even in the simplest situations. This person dreams of this, being by your side, sharing moments that feel eternal, building new memories filled with lightness and joy. Right after, the Three of Cups appears, showing that even in the midst of other people, at parties or gatherings, their heart never truly strays because it always comes back to you. This card reveals that even when they try to smile and occupy themselves with distractions, inside there is an emptiness, a longing that cannot be filled. Their thoughts are constant, and deep down, everything they live through loses its shine because you are not there to share it. The moon comes as a mirror of the soul, reflecting all the doubts and uncertainties this person has carried. There was confusion, there were fears, there were moments when illusion blinded them, when they couldn't see clearly what they felt. But the energy that arises here is that even in the darkness, even without knowing the way, the connection with you remained. The love never ceased to exist. It only hid behind shadows created by fear. And when the Ten of Cups appears, everything takes on a deeper tone. This card is the vision of the future, the dream realized, the certainty that you are the love with whom they imagine spending their entire life. Within them lies a real desire for family, for companionship, for walking side by side until the end. This is a card of fulfillment and completeness, and the message is clear. You are the piece that makes their heart whole. The Page of Pentacles follows, bringing a promise. This person now wants to invest, to learn, to build something concrete. Perhaps in the past they were immature. Perhaps they didn't know how to care for this connection, but today there is the desire to start differently, to take real steps, to prove that the feeling is not just talk, it is action. Yet the Nine of Swords reveals the pain they carry in silence. Sleepless nights, haunting memories, regrets that make them replay every detail of what happened. This is someone who suffers in secret, who relives moments with you and feels the weight of absence as if it were a daily punishment. The Six of Swords shows movement, the need to leave behind the turbulence, the arguments, the distances, and head toward the calm that only you can provide. This person longs to cross this sea of difficulties, to reach the peace they find in you. Then the Knight of Swords comes as an explosion of urgency. It is the image of someone who no longer wants to wait, who feels they must act, run, speak before it's too late. It is the heart's impulse pushing them toward you, without breaks, without masks. And finally, the Magician presents itself as the card of manifestation. It shows that this person is gathering all their strength, all their resources, all their courage to turn desire into reality. The Magician confirms that they have within them the power to act, to change, to create the future they so vividly imagine by your side. But it's not only these cards that speak. I also see invisible cards revealed on the spiritual plane. The Golden Bridge appears, showing that no matter how many abysses existed between you, this bond was never broken, only dormant. The seal of truth emerges to confirm that the love this person feels is genuine, deep, and resistant to time. And then I see the flame of transformation, indicating that this love does not return the same. It returns renewed, matured, ready to bloom with even greater intensity. What your love wants you to know now is that behind every silence, behind every fear, and even behind every mistake, the feeling remained. You are home. You are the dream. You are the desire that never fades. They want you to know that even in the darkest nights, even in the deepest doubts, it was always your name that echoed in their heart. And now their will is clear, to cross the shadows, to tear down the barriers, and to manifest a love that is true, that is destiny, and that only finds meaning by your side. Money is not everything, but your love is everything to me. For a long time, this person walked with the constant feeling that they needed to prove something to the world. Deep inside, there was a profound fear of lack, of loss, of not being enough, of not reaching the place they believed they needed to occupy. The Five of Pentacles appears as this silent wound, this old fear of scarcity that pushed them toward choices based much more on survival and the appearance of success than on the truth of the heart. They learned early on that they had to be strong, rational, strategic, that they could not allow themselves to feel too much, because feeling seemed far too risky. That is why they put on the armor of the King of Swords. They began to make cold, calculated decisions, always thinking about external impact, about what others would say, about the respect they would gain, about the image they would build. They believed that controlling their life meant not letting themselves be led by emotions, not committing to feelings that could divert them from their plans. Love, in that scenario, seemed secondary, almost a luxury that could be lived later, when everything was resolved, when stability was guaranteed. And so they continued. They planned every step with extreme care, built goals, created a solid path, worked hard, gave up bonds, silenced desires, swallowed longings. The King of Pentacles manifests here as this tireless pursuit of security, structure, and recognition. They wanted to be someone admirable, someone who depended on no one, someone who had something concrete to offer the world. And for that, they sacrificed important parts of themselves, including the ability to surrender to love. During this process, they believed they were winning. The Six of Wands appears as the feeling of external achievement, of applause, of social recognition. They were seen as successful, as someone who got where they wanted, as someone who did everything right. But inside, something remained empty. Every victory came accompanied by an uncomfortable silence when they withdrew, when the external noise ceased and only their own company remained. It was in that silence that the truth began to reveal itself. The more they advanced, the more they realized that something essential was missing. The Knight of Pentacles shows how perseverant, dedicated, and consistent they were, but also how slowly they walked away from their own heart. They built a solid life, but rigid, secure, but little affectionate, stable, but lonely. And it was exactly at this point that the realization came. It was no use having everything if there was no one to share it with, if there was no one with whom to divide achievements, fears, dreams, and ordinary days. The absence of the querent began to weigh on them, not as a superficial lack, but as a persistent reminder of something that was real. The more they tried to ignore it, the more this presence made itself felt. The querent represented everything they had set aside: warmth, affection, the simplicity of love lived without so many external demands. They realized that while seeking approval and status, they had moved away from someone who could offer something far rarer: genuine connection. The Three of Wands speaks of this turning point, when they begin to look at the horizon with different eyes. For the first time, they question the path they chose and begin to consider a new direction. It is not about abandoning everything they built, but about understanding that life needs to be more than a showcase of success. They begin to see that there is a possible future where love and stability can coexist, where it is not necessary to choose between being respected and being loved. This person now understands that love is not an obstacle to growth, but a complement. That sharing life does not diminish achievements, it expands them. That being seen by the world does not replace being truly seen by someone who knows their vulnerabilities. And it is in this understanding that the desire to return is born. Not an impulsive, needy, or idealized return, but a conscious, mature movement aligned with everything they have learned. They want to come back because they know they were wrong to prioritize only what was external. They want to come back because they understand that the querent was always a safe harbor, even when they chose other paths. They want to come back because they now see that love does not threaten the stability they built. On the contrary, it gives it meaning. There is a sincere recognition that the happiness they sought outside was always closer than they imagined. This return comes loaded with responsibility. They do not want to promise what they cannot fulfill, nor repeat the same patterns of distancing. The King of Swords and the King of Pentacles, now integrated, shows someone who has learned to balance reason and emotion, ambition and affection, structure and sensitivity. They know that wanting is not enough. It is necessary to act differently, to honor feelings, and not always place them in second place. The querent comes to be seen as a priority, not as an option, as someone who deserves presence, choice, and consistency. This person understands that they took too long, that they got lost in their own planning, that for a long time they believed happiness was synonymous with material success. But today, with greater awareness, they recognize that love is what gives life to achievements, what makes everything real. There is therefore a deep internal movement happening, a call to reclaim what was left behind in the name of a security that was never complete. They want to return not out of fear of loneliness, but out of understanding. Not out of neediness, but out of truth. Because now they know they do not want only to be someone admirable in the eyes of others. They want to be someone whole beside the one they love. And if you liked this reading, leave your like on the video and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the videos for your zodiac sign. I haven't done anything yet to make our love connection happen because I didn't know what to do. This reading begins with the Ace of Wands, showing that the feeling and the desire to act have always existed within this person. This is not someone indifferent, not someone who didn't want it. Quite the opposite. There is desire, there is impulse, there is a real will to begin something, to get closer, to open their heart and make this connection happen. However, this initial energy never immediately turned into action because it ran into something much deeper. Insecurity and internal confusion represented by the moon. This person couldn't fully trust their own feelings, didn't know how to distinguish intuition from fear, didn't know if what they felt was safe, if it was mutual, or if it could lead to another disappointment. The moon shows a tangle of emotions, thoughts, and projections that made everything unclear. This person overthought everything, imagined scenarios, created hypotheses, anticipated possible negative outcomes, and as a result, became stuck. It wasn't a lack of desire, it was an excess of thinking. It was fear of making mistakes, fear of exposing themselves, fear of confessing in the wrong way at the wrong time, and ending up losing something they hadn't even had the chance to build yet. This kind of doubt doesn't paralyze due to lack of feeling. It paralyzes precisely because the feeling is too strong and the person doesn't want to ruin it. The Hermit shows the behavior that came from this. Isolation. This person withdrew, retreated into their own cave, distanced themselves to try to better understand what was happening inside. They chose silence over impulsive action, chose reflection before movement, even if that cost time and created the impression of absence. It was a period of deep introspection, where they analyzed every detail, every possibility, every path. They thought about how to speak, how to act, the consequences, overthought everything. And meanwhile, the outside world saw no movement, no action, no approach. The Six of Swords shows that even in this internal process, there was an attempt to evolve. This person wasn't emotionally stagnant. They were trying to move from confusion to clarity. They were trying to distance themselves from their fears, insecurities, and past negative experiences that still influenced how they viewed love. They knew they needed to change their mindset before acting, knew they needed to feel more secure internally to avoid repeating old patterns. The Nine of Wands reinforces is that this person comes from difficult experiences. They have been hurt before, have given themselves and not received what they expected, have believed and been disappointed. And because of that, they are now more cautious, more resistant, more guarded. This is not someone who opens up easily. It's someone who needs certainty before taking a step because they don't want to relive the same pain. This protection is not against you. It is against what they experienced in the past. And that is exactly why time passed without visible movement. Because internally, every step had to be carefully considered. Every action had to make sense. Every word had to be chosen with care. This person didn't want to act carelessly, didn't want to rush, didn't want to risk everything due to emotional unpreparedness. The Six of Pentacles appears showing the final goal of this process: balance. This person wants a fair exchange, wants a relationship with reciprocity, where both give equally, where there is harmony. And they understand that to live this, they need to arrive prepared, need to know how to position themselves, need to express themselves clearly. They no longer want confusing relationships, games, or unbalanced situations. This reading makes it very clear that this person's silence was not disinterest. It was not neglect. It was not lack of feeling. It was an intense internal process, a period of preparation, analysis, and trying to understand how to act in the best possible way. While on the outside, it seemed like nothing was happening, internally a lot was being worked through. This person is trying to move from doubt to clarity, from fear to courage, from insecurity to a more grounded position. They don't want to act carelessly. They want to act right. They want to approach consciously, speak truthfully, open their heart without carrying the fears that once held them back. And even though it took time, there is a very clear intention of movement. The Ace of Wands is still there, showing that the desire to begin, to act, to make things happen has not disappeared. On the contrary, it has matured. The Hermit shows this person is not stuck, they are preparing. The Six of Swords shows they are evolving. The Nine of Wands shows they are strengthening. And the Six of Pentacles shows they want to do this in a balanced way. This reading shows someone who didn't know how to act before, but who is now learning how. Someone who didn't want to take risks without understanding, but who is organizing themselves internally to finally take that step. And when that movement happens, it will not be impulsive, confusing, not unstable. It will be something thought out, felt, and above all, true. Coming back to have a serious relationship with you. The Wheel of Fortune appears right at the beginning of this reading as a clear sign that the cycle of distance has come to an end. Everything that seemed stuck, confusing, or repetitive has begun to move again. This card shows that this person's life has entered a new turn, one that is more conscious, more aligned, more genuine. Nothing was stagnant by chance. The separation had a greater purpose: to bring maturity, break old patterns, and prepare the ground for something much more solid. The wheel turns because the right moment has arrived. The waiting period ends now. Next come the Six of Wands, bringing a feeling of inner victory, personal overcoming, and pride for having managed to leave behind a place that no longer served. This person went through an intense internal process in which they had to overcome themselves, abandon old habits, self-sabotaging thoughts, and external influences that did not contribute to their growth. The Six of Wands shows that they feel victorious for finally having clarity about what they want and, above all, who they want by their side. There is a strong sense here of now I know, now I can, now I am ready. This card speaks of someone who crossed an inner battlefield and emerged stronger. The reading then deepens with the World card, indicating the complete closure of an important cycle. This is not a superficial ending, but a deep, definitive, and conscious conclusion. The World shows that this person has closed chapters that had been open for a long time. Unresolved stories, repetitive emotional patterns, worn-out relationships, and limiting beliefs have finally been ended. They are no longer carrying emotional baggage from the past. This card confirms that they finished what needed to be finished so they could begin again without weight, without comparisons, without interference. The old cycle has been completed with maturity. Soon after, the Hermit appears, revealing the period of withdrawal, introspection, and learning that this person lived through during the time apart. The Hermit shows that the silence was not a lack of feeling, but a process of self-knowledge. This person needed to step away in order to listen to themselves, to understand their own shadows, fears, insecurities, and true needs. They deeply questioned what they were doing with their life, the kind of relationship they wanted to build, and what they needed to change within themselves in order not to repeat the same mistakes. The Hermit speaks of emotional maturity, achieved through effort, reflection, and responsibility. With this inner learning consolidated, the energy shifts completely with the arrival of the Chariot. This card brings action, decision, and directed movement. The Chariot shows that this person now knows exactly where they are going and who they want by their side on this journey. There is no more indecision, no more fear of moving forward. They have taken the reins of their life and decided to move ahead with clarity and courage. The Chariot indicates return, approach, and concrete action. This person is moving toward you because now they have the emotional and mental structure to sustain this relationship in a healthy way. Next appears the Fool, bringing the energy of a new beginning, a light and genuine restart. The Fool represents freedom from old fears, limiting beliefs, and negative expectations. This person is ready to live this relationship in a way completely different from anything they have experienced before. There is no longer the weight of the past, nor the need for excessive control. There is trust in the path, surrender to the flow of life, and openness to love. The Fool shows that they want to live this relationship with spontaneity, truth, and authenticity, without repeating the old patterns that once caused distance. Finally, the reading stabilizes with the Nine of Pentacles, which confirms the emotional and material security this person has achieved. The Nine of Pentacles speaks of independence, self-worth, maturity, and stability. This person is not returning out of need, fear, or insecurity. They are returning because they are whole, aware of their own value, and capable of sharing life in a balanced way. There is a solid foundation being built here, both emotionally and materially. The Nine of Pentacles indicates that this relationship can now be lived with calm, respect, reciprocity, and prosperity. The spiritual narrative of this reading clearly shows that the separation was not abandonment, but preparation. This person needed to unlearn toxic patterns, limiting thoughts, and external influences that were harming not only the relationship, but their own life. There was a conscious process of inner cleansing and calm closure, so that nothing would remain unresolved. Each step was taken with responsibility and maturity. The Wheel of Fortune shows that destiny is turning in favor again. The Six of Wands show personal overcoming. The World confirms the definitive closure of the past. The Hermit reveals deep learning. The Chariot brings the return and action. The Fool announces a light new beginning. The Nine of Pentacles sustains the stability of this new phase. This person returns free, light, and unburdened, ready to take their place by your side. They are not coming back with doubts or old fears. They return conscious, aligned, and decided to live a relationship of peace, harmony, and mutual growth. The time of distance fulfilled its purpose. Now the path is open for this bond to be lived in a mature, genuine, and lasting way. You are my love. I deeply regret not having chosen you. The Nine of Swords opens this reading as the rawest reflection of this person's emotional state today. There is guilt, regret, nonstop thoughts, memories that return in the middle of the night, and the heavy conscience of someone who knows they made a mistake. This person mentally replays every impulsive action, every rushed decision, every moment in which they could have invested in you and did not. The Nine of Swords speaks of someone who can no longer escape their own conscience. What was once ignored now hurts, tightens the chest, and steals sleep. The regret is real, deep, and constant. Next comes the Five of Cups, bringing the pain of emotional loss. This card reveals that this person now understands everything they let slip away. They look back and realize that while they were distracted, they lost something of true value. The Five of Cups shows sadness, emotional mourning, and the bitter feeling of having made the wrong choices. There is a quiet pain here for having disappointed someone who only offered love, attention, and genuine intention. This person feels they failed you, that they were unfair, that they did not reciprocate when they should have. Then the Five of Swords appears, exposing the selfish and immature behavior that dominated that phase. This card speaks of impulsive actions, hollow victories, right? And choices that benefited only the ego. This person admits today that they wanted everything: freedom, attention from multiple people, control of the situation, without caring about the emotional impact this had on you. The Five of Swords shows that they acted thinking only of their own momentary pleasure, without realizing they were deeply hurting someone who deserved respect and reciprocity. The tarot deepens this confusion even further with the Seven of Cups, revealing the excess of options, distractions, and illusions that caused this person to lose themselves. They became involved with many possibilities at the same time, believing there would always be something better, someone more interesting, a more intense experience just ahead. The Seven of Cups shows someone who confused quantity with value, excitement with love, and freedom with emptiness. While you were there offering something real, they got lost in superficial choices that did not last. Over time, this illusion began to crumble, and then the Eight of Pentacles appears. This card shows the moment when this person begins to work on their own awareness, to reflect on their mistakes, and to understand that true relationships require dedication. The Eight of Pentacles indicates someone who realizes that feeling is not enough. One must invest, care, and build. This person begins to understand that love does not happen on its own. It requires effort, consistency, and presence, and that is exactly what they failed to offer in the past. The tarot then brings the Six of Pentacles, highlighting the great imbalance that existed between you. You gave more, you invested more, you waited more. Meanwhile, they were divided, scattered, and did not give back in the same measure. The Six of Pentacles shows that this person now recognizes they were unfair, that they received far more than they gave. There is a deep desire here to repair, to restore balance, to give back what was missing. This person now wants to be fair to you. Next appears the Ace of Pentacles, bringing the awareness that this connection was always a rare opportunity. The Ace of Pentacles speaks of something that could have grown, prospered, and become solid, but was neglected. This person now understands that you were a real chance to build something serious, true, and lasting. You were not just another option, you were a new beginning that they wasted through immaturity and impulsiveness. This card shows regret, but also hope for a new beginning. The Two of Pentacles appears, showing the internal imbalance this person lived in at that time. They were trying to juggle many things at once. Many people, many desires, many paths. The Two of Pentacles shows someone who did not know how to prioritize, who wavered between choices, who could not sustain a decision. Today, this person realizes that this instability came at a high cost. It cost peace, it cost trust, it cost you. And then the Knight of Wands appears, representing the impulsiveness that marked all these choices. This card speaks of someone who acted on impulse, without thinking about consequences, seeking immediate excitement and running from deeper commitments. The Knight of Wands shows that this person wanted to feel everything, live everything, experience everything, but was not ready to care for what truly mattered. Now, that same impulsive energy transforms into urgency. Urgency to fix things, to speak, to return, to not lose you for good. This reading reveals someone who now recognizes with absolute clarity you were the love of their life, and they did not know how to invest when they had the chance. They understand they hurt you deeply, that they failed you, that they did not offer the balance you deserved. And this weighs heavily, very heavily. The Nine of Swords shows the regret that does not let them sleep. The Five of Cups shows the pain of loss. The Five of Swords shows ego and immaturity. The Seven of Cups shows distractions and illusions. The Eight of Pentacles shows late learning. The Six of Pentacles shows the desire for balance. The Ace of Pentacles shows the wasted opportunity. The Two of Pentacles shows past instability. The Knight of Wands shows impulsiveness that now turns into urgency. This person knows they were wrong. They know they were impulsive. They know they did not value you as they should have. But they also know you are unique, that what they felt for you, they felt for no one else. That nothing that came after compares to what could have been with you. And that is why they want to resolve everything as quickly as possible. They want to talk. They want to take responsibility. They want to truly invest. Because now they understand that love is not a momentary option. It is a choice, and you were always the right choice. And if you liked this reading, leave your like on the video and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the updates of your zodiac sign videos. Today, the cards were direct, intense, almost as if they wanted to scream out the emotions this person still feels for you. The first one to jump out was the heart in trance, and it already opens the reading with certainty. The feeling is still alive, and not just alive, it's moving. This person may seem distant, busy, or indifferent, but inside there's a whirlwind, a mix of longing, desire, memories, and regret. Today, their heart is restless, feeling you even if they try to deny it. Then came the fog of confusion, bringing the energy of someone who feels but doesn't know how to handle what they feel. You were more than a connection. You were presence, a soul touch. And now, when they try to move on, they find themselves stumbling in your absence. They miss something they might not even know how to name, but they feel it deeply, intensely, as if something is always left unsaid. The hug not given gave me chills. This shows that today, right now, this person feels an overwhelming desire to see you, to hear you, to touch you. But something stands in the way. It might be pride, fear, or simply the weight of the past, but the desire is there, alive, pulsing. Today they miss you, your scent, your voice, your unique way of being. The next card was the Voices of Silence, showing how today this person is remembering things you lived together. Maybe they heard a song, passed by a place, or read something that brought your image back strongly. These memories awaken old feelings, ones they thought were already buried. But no, today, those emotions returned, like waves, unexpected and impossible to ignore. Then came the knot in the stomach, bringing emotional discomfort. This person feels something that keeps them from being at peace. They may be surrounded by people or busy with 1,000 things, but inside there's restlessness. And it comes from you, from what was left unsaid, from what was unresolved, from what is still there, stuck between what they want to feel and what they try to avoid. The reflection in the water brought the energy of deep longing. Today, this person saw themselves reflected in a memory of you. Maybe it was an old photo, a recent dream, or someone with a similar manner, and it awakened a feeling that was quiet, asleep, but never dead. Because there is something in you that stirs them in a way no one else does. Next appeared the half-open window, signaling that today this person is open to feeling you again. Maybe not ready yet to speak, act, or confess, but they are open, more receptive. A ray of light is entering this heart that was once tightly closed. And through this small crack, the universe is working, reigniting something. The Book of Unspoken Words shows that today, this person is remembering conversations that never happened, things they wish they had said, moments where they remained silent. And it makes them wonder, is it too late? There's a feeling that you deserved more answers, more honesty. And that hurts them. Because the truth is, you left a mark, and what was lived can't be forgotten. The final card in this first part was the flower that didn't wilt, and it's beautiful. It shows that despite the distance, despite time, despite confusion, the feeling for you still blooms. It may be hidden, it may be shy, but it still exists. Today, this person feels affection, admiration, longing. They miss you in a way that's hard to explain, but it's real. Shortly after, the sound that doesn't stop fell. This card speaks of recurring thoughts. It shows that you have been a constant presence in this person's mind. Even if they try to focus elsewhere, today you returned with intensity. Maybe without warning, maybe without reason, but you returned. And with you came feelings they can no longer avoid. Next was the weight of maybe, which touched me deeply. It shows that today this person is overwhelmed with doubts, and all of them involve you. Is it too late? Do you still think of me? Was it real for both of us? These questions are echoing inside, and with them comes the desire, the urgency, the need to know, to get a response, to have a chance. Then came the half-open doors, indicating that this person, despite the fear, is beginning to consider reconnecting. They feel that something between you two hasn't fully happened yet, that a part of your story is still waiting to unfold. And today, for the first time in a long time, they're considering turning the handle, opening up, allowing themselves to try again. The longing with first and last name came next, and it leaves no doubt, this person misses you in a very specific way. Not just longing for what you had, but for you. Your gaze, your laugh, your way of speaking, of expressing, of existing. It's you they miss. And today, that's very clear in their heart. It's pulsing strongly. Then came the kiss that lingered in the air, a sensory oracle card that speaks of the touch that isn't forgotten. This person feels you in their body, even in absence, as if somehow your affection is still marked on their skin. And this memory stirs complex emotions, a mix of desire and tenderness, longing and regret. But above all, it shows you were and still are important. The clock of emotions indicates that today, time seemed to stop for this person. At some point in the day, they found themselves thinking of you, and everything slowed down. It was as if the past and present blended, as if what you lived still had scent, color, and warmth. The feeling is alive, intensely alive. Then came the held breath, one of the most subtle and honest cards. It shows that this person wants to reach out, to tell you everything they feel, to open up, but they take a deep breath and swallow the urge. They freeze, out of fear, out of pride, out of insecurity. But the feeling is there, strong, warm, burning in the chest, wanting to come out. The second to last card was the restless fate, revealing that the universe is nudging this person, sending signs, memories, sensations, intuitions. It's as if everything around them is screaming your name today. And they know it. They feel it. They sense that it's not a coincidence, that this feeling isn't just theirs, that something greater is moving, and it leaves them restless, shaken, vulnerable. And finally, the seed of a new beginning closes the reading. A beautiful card, one that shows that despite everything, deep inside this person still wants to try, to write a new page, to look at you not as the past, but as a possibility. Today, they feel hope. Still confused, still afraid, but they feel it. And hope is the first step to any return, any gesture, any healing. So what does he or she feel for you today? They feel longing, they feel affection, they feel desire, pain, confusion, and tenderness. But above all, they miss you in a way that time hasn't erased. You were always the right choice. I just did not want to see it. This reading begins with a very clear energy of potential that was restrained for far too long. When the Magician appears as one of the main cards, we are talking about someone who was always aware of the power of this connection, but tried to control its direction. This person knew there were feelings, knew there was chemistry, knew there was compatibility, yet chose to rationalize, organize, and manipulate their own reality to keep everything under control. The Magician here does not speak of deception, but of someone who believed they could decide the right moment to live this love, as if it were possible to pause the heart until every other area of life was perfectly aligned. The problem is that the heart does not function under strategic command for long. The Ace of Cups reveals that the love was always there, from the beginning. It was not something that appeared later. It was not something that grew because of absence. It was immediate, pure, genuine. This person felt it, and felt it deeply. But alongside that feeling came the fear of destabilizing what was already structured. They had a mapped out path, commitments in place, organized plans. They believed that opening space for this connection would mean dismantling everything. That is why they hesitated. That is why they resisted. That is why they tried to fit love into limits it does not accept. The Sun shows that despite all this resistance, this connection always brought light into their life. It always brought genuine joy, enthusiasm, a sense of vitality. This person realizes that when they are close to the querent, they feel more alive, more inspired, lighter. There is an emotional expansion that does not happen in other contexts. And that is exactly what began to weigh on them. Because keeping distance from something that brings true happiness creates a void that becomes harder and harder to ignore. The Nine of Wands shows the emotional exhaustion of this resistance. Maintaining a decision that goes against what one feels requires constant energy. It demands permanent defense. It requires repeated justifications. This person kept protecting themselves from their own feelings, building internal barriers to avoid surrendering. But there comes a point when fighting what makes sense becomes more exhausting than simply accepting it. The Nine of Wands here shows someone tired of sustaining their own pride, tired of maintaining a rigid posture that no longer reflects their internal truth. The Four of Pentacles reveals attachment to the comfort zone. This person clung to what they had already built, even if it no longer brought happiness. They clung to familiar stability, even if that stability was empty of passion. They clung to the image they had constructed of themselves, even if that image was limiting emotional growth. The Four of Pentacles shows fear of losing control, fear of losing security, fear of change. But it also shows that holding on too tightly begins to suffocate. Then comes the Two of Cups, confirming that this connection is not ordinary. This is the card of true union, of reciprocity, of partnership born from the soul. It is not merely physical attraction, not just momentary interest. It is recognition, emotional alignment, that feeling that the other understands without needing endless explanations. And this person knows it. They know they do not find this vibration easily. They know it is not something that can be replaced. As time passed, it became heavier and heavier to maintain the decision to ignore this love. What once seemed rational began to look like self-deception. What once seemed like prudence began to look like fear. The sun illuminated what had been hidden. They love, truly love, deeply love, and can no longer pretend it is just a phase. This person realizes that staying where they are out of convenience is no longer sustainable. They see that following a structured path without emotional truth does not bring fulfillment. The magician now shifts energy. Instead of trying to control the feeling, they want to act to transform reality. They understand they have the power to move their own life, to reorganize choices, to assume what they feel. There is a very strong internal turning point here. It is not impulse. It is not neediness. It is a conscious decision that living without this love has become more painful than facing the necessary changes to have it. The Nine of Wands shows they have fought this feeling long enough. The Four of Pentacles shows they have held on long enough. Now comes the moment to release. And when the Two of Cups closes this reading, it brings a very clear message. This connection calls for union, not resistance, for dialogue, not silence, for surrender, not defense. This person can no longer keep this love locked inside. They can no longer remain in situations that have not made sense for a long time. They want movement. They want to resolve what is pending. They want to organize what needs organizing, but not to escape, to build. The Sun indicates clarity. The Ace of Cups indicates genuine feeling. The Magician indicates initiative. The Two of Cups indicates shared destiny. This reading shows someone who finally understands that protecting the ego too much can mean losing what truly matters. And now that this awareness has arrived, there is no turning back. Movement is coming. Because loving and continuing to pretend not to love has become impossible. And if you liked this reading, leave your like on the video and subscribe to the channel to stay updated with the messages for your zodiac sign. I didn't know how to act with you. I'm still trying to understand how I can confess my feelings, Lou. This reading begins with the Knight of Swords, and it already shows a very strong contradiction within this person. On the outside, they may even seem like someone decisive, someone who thinks quickly, someone who could simply come forward and say everything at once. But inside, the story is completely different. There is impulse, there is desire, there is urgency. But all of this runs into an emotional block that they still haven't been able to overcome. It's as if the mind is fast, but the heart freezes when it's time to act. The Page of Cups reveals what truly exists behind all of this. Pure feeling. This person is in love. It is not something superficial. It is not a momentary interest. There is affection, there is enchantment, there is a genuine desire to get closer to you emotionally. But this feeling comes with a certain innocence, with a great sensitivity, which makes them afraid of expressing themselves the wrong way. They don't want to seem foolish. They don't want to seem immature. They don't want to seem like someone who is throwing themselves in without thinking. And that is exactly why the Two of Swords appears. This person became stuck, not because they don't feel, but because they feel too much and don't know how to deal with it. They became divided between speaking or not speaking, between acting or waiting, between exposing themselves or protecting themselves. And in doubt, they chose silence. They chose to do nothing. They chose to observe, think, feel, but without acting. But this silence did not bring peace. The moon shows that the more they tried to understand rationally what they were feeling, the more confused they became. They started creating scenarios in their head, imagining possible reactions from you, fearing being misunderstood, fearing seeming too intense, fearing not being taken seriously. The moon brings insecurity, brings doubts, brings a feeling of not knowing exactly what the right path is. They think, what if I speak and it's too soon? What if I speak and seem too intense? What if I speak and ruin everything? And so they keep trapping themselves inside their own mind. The Nine of Swords shows how much this is already weighing on them. This person is not at peace with this silence. On the contrary, there is anxiety, there is restlessness, there is constant thinking about you. They mentally rehearse what they would like to say, imagine conversations, review possibilities, but never feel ready enough to turn it into real action. They want to speak, but they freeze. They want to confess, but they block themselves. And the more they wait, the harder it seems to become. Because the feeling does not fade, it grows. The Page of Cups remains there, reminding that what they feel is real. But the lack of action begins to create anguish. They realize that doing nothing is also a choice, and maybe not the best one. That's where the Magician comes in. This is the turning point of the reading. The Magician shows that even without knowing exactly how, this person begins to understand that they need to act, that they need to find a way, that they can no longer stay only in thought, only in doubt, only trying to find the perfect way. Because the perfect way may not exist. What exists is the truth, and they know what the truth is. They like you. They are in love. They feel a real connection, and this no longer fits only inside them. The Knight of Swords returns with a different energy now, no longer as blocked impulsiveness, but as courage slowly emerging. They still don't know exactly how they will do it. They still don't have all the words organized. They still fear seeming too intense or too vulnerable, but they no longer want to remain silent. This person is trying to find balance between feeling and expressing, between not seeming rushed but also not letting too much time pass, between not exposing themselves in a disorganized way but also not hiding completely. They are still learning how to do this, still understanding what the best way is. But one thing is already certain. They want to speak. They want to get closer. They want to confess. They want you to know, even if it's not perfect, even if it's not in the ideal way, even if there is still insecurity. This reading shows someone who is in the middle of the process, not completely stuck, but not fully resolved either. It is someone who is coming out of silence and moving toward expression. And even before being able to organize everything, they already wish you could know something very simple, but very true. They are in love. And everything they are trying to do now is to find a way to say that without letting fear ruin it. And if you like this video, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on your zodiac sign. You were very patient, and this is the love of your life coming to you. This reading begins with the Ten of Cups, bringing a very clear message. There is an emotional destiny being delivered to you, but not randomly or by luck, rather as a result of a long process that required maturity, patience, and above all, faith. You have always sought a true love, not just companionship, not just someone to fill a temporary void, but a real, deep, reciprocal connection that made sense on every level. The Six of Cups shows that this desire didn't begin now. It has always existed within you, like an emotional memory, almost like an inner certainty that this kind of love was possible, even when reality showed otherwise. Throughout life, you met people, lived experiences, had opportunities that seemed promising, but deep down were not what you were looking for. And this created doubts, brought questions, and moments when you wondered if you were expecting too much, if you were idealizing something that didn't exist, if the love you wanted was truly possible or just a distant wish. The Two of Swords reveals exactly this period of uncertainty, where you had to make difficult choices, often without full clarity of the path. There were moments when you could have settled, could have accepted lukewarm, superficial relationships, or ones based only on convenience, but something inside you didn't allow it. Even without fully understanding, you chose to wait. Chose not to give yourself to just any situation. Chose to preserve what you felt was true. And this required emotional strength, because waiting is not always comfortable, not always easy, and often comes with loneliness, doubts, and small disappointments accumulated along the way. Even so, you continued. Even when you were tired, even when you thought about giving up, even when you questioned whether it was worth it, you never completely lost the essence of what you believed in. The King of Pentacles shows that while this process was happening, you were also building something very important within yourself: structure. You didn't just wait for love to arrive. You developed, grew, sought stability, learned to value yourself and not depend emotionally on someone to feel complete. This was essential because the love that arrives now is not to fill a lack, but to add to a life that already has a foundation, direction, and awareness. And that is exactly why the King of Cups appears as this energy approaching. This person does not come confused, does not come immature, does not come carrying indecision or unstable patterns. They come with true feeling, with emotional maturity, with the ability to love and also to sustain that love with responsibility. This is someone who doesn't run away, who doesn't get lost, who doesn't play with feelings, but who understands the value of a real connection. The Queen of Pentacles shows that there is a very strong compatibility here, because both of you have gone through similar processes of growth and maturity. This is not a meeting based only on attraction. It is a meeting between two people who have learned, evolved, and can now recognize each other on a deeper level. There is balance. There is exchange. There is a feeling that everything finally fits without excessive effort. This love does not arrive to bring confusion, does not arrive to create constant anxiety, does not arrive to generate insecurity. It comes in a calmer, more stable, more conscious way, precisely because it was built from everything that came before. This reading makes it very clear that nothing was in vain. Every disappointment, every difficult choice, every moment of doubt had a purpose. Everything served to prepare you to recognize this love when it arrived, not to confuse it with something temporary, not to accept less than you truly deserve. The Ten of Cups returns as confirmation that now there is the possibility of living something complete, something that brings real happiness, something that doesn't need to be forced or constantly questioned. There is a different kind of lightness, an emotional security that was not present in previous experiences. This person who is arriving wants you to know that you can trust, that this love is not another illusion, not another failed attempt, not something that will disappear without explanation. It is something that comes to stay, to build, to grow together. And this is only possible because there was patience, because there was waiting, because there was the ability not to completely lose yourself, even when everything seemed uncertain. This reading shows that the love of your life is not arriving by chance. It is arriving because now you are ready to live something real, something healthy, something that makes sense. And above all, it shows that everything you always believed about love was real. And if you liked this video, leave your like and subscribe to the channel for more updates on your sign's energy. I am the love of your life, and I am ready to live this relationship with you. The star opens this reading as the deepest symbol of emotional and spiritual healing that this person has gone through. For a long time, they carried the feeling of not being enough, of not having enough to offer, of not being ready to live a love as big as this connection. There was a silent wound linked to self-esteem, self-worth, and deservingness. They looked at themselves and compared, diminished themselves, believed they needed to be more, have more, achieve more, in order to finally allow themselves to truly love. The star shows that at some point, life touched this person gently, yet inevitably calling them to heal these old wounds, these beliefs of emotional scarcity, and this feeling of insufficiency. The world appears right after, showing that this healing process was neither small nor quick. It was an entire cycle of learning, closure, and maturity. This person needed to live experiences, face silence, go through phases of solitude, and reconnect with themselves to finally understand who they are, what they feel, and what they deserve. The world speaks of completion, of awareness gained, of someone who is no longer trapped in old versions of themselves. They now understand that the feeling of not being enough did not come from reality, but from old wounds that no longer make sense to carry. The Ten of Wands reveals the weight this person carried alone for a long time. They took on emotional responsibilities that were not always theirs, carried guilt that did not belong to them, and tried to handle everything without asking for help. This weight caused them to distance themselves from love, not due to lack of feeling, but due to inner exhaustion. Loving felt more like a burden to carry than a joy to experience. The Ten of Wands shows someone tired of fighting themselves, tired of demanding so much from themselves, and believing they needed to fix everything before allowing themselves to be happy. Then the Ace of Wands appears, bringing the rebirth of inner fire. After all this process, something reignites within this person. A genuine desire to live, to feel, to express themselves, and to stop hiding behind fear. The Ace of Wands speaks of true enthusiasm, of desire that comes from the soul and not from neediness. This person feels the impulse to follow their heart again, but now without guilt, without shame, and without fear of making mistakes. They understand that life does not wait for perfection, it waits for presence. The Ten of Cups shows the clear vision this person now has about love. They no longer see relationships as a loss of freedom, as pressure, or as promised pain. They begin to see love as partnership, with shared joy, mutual support, and the construction of happiness. The Ten of Cups speaks of someone who finally allows themselves to imagine a life together that is light, true, and emotionally safe. This person realizes that what they always sought outside was in fact always within them, waiting for the right moment to be lived. The Five of Pentacles appears, bringing up the memory of emotional scarcity that marked this person's past. Feelings of abandonment, rejection, not belonging, and fear of being left behind were part of their journey. These wounds deeply influenced how they related to love. They believed something would always be missing, that they would always be at a disadvantage, that they would always be the one with less. Today, this card appears not to keep this pain alive, but to show that it is being left behind. This person understands that they no longer need to live from lack. Then the Fool appears, bringing the most important new beginning of this reading. The Fool speaks of emotional courage, a leap of faith, and surrender to the present moment. This person feels that after everything they have lived through, it no longer makes sense to keep repressing themselves, holding back, or postponing their own happiness. They understand that loving is also an act of courage, and that waiting to be 100% ready is just a disguised way of remaining afraid. The Fool shows someone who decides to trust life, trust the path, and trust their own heart. This reading speaks of a person who spent a long time feeling small in the face of a great love, who repressed themselves, limited themselves, and held back because they believed they did not yet deserve to live something so deep. But life was patient. Life guided this person through necessary healing processes, even painful ones, so they could free themselves from these old beliefs. Now, at the end of this process, they understand that they need to end everything that still makes them feel lacking, everything that still ties them to fear, and everything that still blocks their steps. There is a very clear inner decision here, to leave behind the version that hid and make space for the version that lives. This person wants to show up in a true, whole, and enthusiastic way for this new beginning. They no longer want to love halfway, nor protect themselves excessively. They want to live this connection with truth, presence, and conscious surrender. This reading speaks of a love that is born not from neediness, but from healing. Not born from fear, but from courage. Not born from haste, but from alignment between soul, heart, and life. This person understands that what they feel is not momentary illusion, but a deep calling to live something that resonates with who they have become. What ends now is the phase of emotional repression. What begins is the phase of truth, enthusiasm, and deservingness. This person chooses to end the cycle of scarcity to begin a cycle of emotional abundance alongside the querent. Not because everything is perfect, but because now they know they do not need to be perfect to love. They only need to be true. And that is exactly what they are ready to be. And if you liked this video, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with the updates of the readings for your zodiac sign. I'm tired of suffering. You are my great love. This reading begins with the Two of Cups, showing that from the very beginning, there was a very strong recognition in this connection. It wasn't something ordinary. It wasn't just a light or casual approach. This person felt from the start that there was something different about you, something that stood out from all the other experiences they had lived. There is emotional identification here, an affinity that doesn't require effort to happen, a sense of alignment that is surprising precisely because it feels natural. And that's why, when you appear, this person is truly impacted because they realize they have found exactly what, for a long time, they believed was difficult or even impossible to experience. The Two of Pentacles shows that even with this recognition, this person couldn't stabilize emotionally in the face of what they felt. They were divided, oscillating between surrendering and protecting themselves, between moving forward and pulling back, between trusting the feeling and doubting it. There was a great internal instability, not due to lack of interest, but due to lack of emotional security. This person wanted to, but at the same time was afraid. They felt, but tried to control it. And this back and forth movement ended up creating an imbalance in how the connection developed. The Five of Cups reveals the emotional weight of these choices. This person realizes that by trying too hard to protect themselves, they ended up creating exactly what they wanted to avoid: suffering. There is regret. There is sadness when looking back and realizing they missed important moments, that they didn't allow themselves to experience what they felt out of fear of getting hurt. They begin to understand that excessive protection didn't prevent pain. It only changed the way that pain appeared. Instead of suffering from surrendering, they suffered from not having lived. The Six of Swords shows that, in light of this awareness, this person enters a process of change. They begin to mentally distance themselves from old patterns, from beliefs that made them doubt love, from past experiences that negatively influenced how they position themselves. There is a real attempt at evolution here, to move from a more confused and painful emotional state to something lighter, clearer, and more aligned with what they truly desire. This transition is not instant, but it is conscious. The King of Pentacles appears showing that, despite all these emotional difficulties, this person has always had within them a desire to build something solid, something lasting, something of real value. They don't want something fleeting. They don't want something unstable. They don't want to live just a momentary emotion. They want to build. They want security. They want a relationship that makes sense in practice and also brings emotional stability. And it is precisely when they look at you that they begin to realize that this possibility exists in a concrete way. The Fool appears as the turning point. After so much thinking, so much oscillation, so much trying to control, this person understands that they need to take a different step. They need to move away from fear, allow themselves, take a risk. The Fool here does not represent irresponsibility, but courage. The courage to do things differently. The courage not to repeat the same patterns. The courage to trust what they feel. This person realizes that continuing to try to control everything has only brought exhaustion, frustration, and distance. This reading shows someone who has reached the limit of an emotional cycle. Someone who tried to protect themselves, tried to avoid getting hurt, tried to maintain control, but now understands that this did not bring the result they expected. On the contrary, it brought exhaustion, sadness, and the feeling of having lost important opportunities. And it is exactly this exhaustion that creates change. The Two of Cups is still there, showing that the feeling never ceased to exist. The Two of Pentacles shows that the instability was a phase, not an absence of feeling. The Five of Cups shows the regret that leads to awareness. The Six of Swords shows the movement of change. The King of Pentacles shows the desire to build something solid. And the Fool shows the decision to finally act differently. This person understands that you are not just another connection, but the representation of something they have always wanted to live. There is a perception here that this love is not random, but an opportunity to experience what they have always dreamed of but were never able to sustain in the past. And because of that, they no longer want to repeat the same mistakes. They no longer want to let fear speak louder. They no longer want to hide behind insecurities. There is an internal decision to truly try, to invest, to take a stand, to do whatever is necessary for this connection to have space to happen. This reading speaks of someone who is tired of suffering from their own emotional limitations and now wants to live what they feel with more truth. Someone who realized that avoiding love does not avoid pain. It only creates a different kind of emptiness. And by recognizing this, they decide to change. There is an energy of a new beginning here, but a more conscious, more aligned, more prepared one. This person is no longer in that state of constant doubt. They are in a process of decision, and that decision involves you. Because in everything they have analyzed, felt, and lived, it becomes clear that what exists between you is not ordinary. It is something they recognize as rare, as valuable, and above all, as something worth living, even if it involves risks. This reading shows that for this person, this love is not just a desire, but a harvest, something they have always wanted. And now they understand that they need to have the courage to live it. And if you like this reading, leave your like on the video and subscribe to the channel to stay updated on the energies of your sign. I healed my insecurities. I'm going to confess my love to you. This reading carries a very strong energy of inner transformation because it is not just about one who decided to get closer to you or someone who realized they are in love. It is about someone who had to face their own history in order to reach you. And that is much deeper than it may seem at first glance. When we look at the cards in this reading, we see a person who spent a large part of their life believing that feeling deeply was dangerous. Not because they were born that way, and not because they consciously chose to live that way, but because life taught them that showing emotions could lead to painful consequences. At some point in their journey, they began to associate vulnerability with risk. They began to associate surrender with suffering. They began to believe that every time they lowered their defenses, they would end up getting hurt somehow. Appears showing that this person always tried to project an image of strength. To outsiders, they seem determined, confident, independent, and even very self-assured. Many people believed they were afraid of nothing. Some even saw them as extremely courageous, someone who always knew what they wanted and who was rarely shaken by anything. But there is a huge difference between the image they showed the world and what was happening inside them. Because that strength others saw was often armor. It was protection. It was a way of preventing people from seeing the insecurities they carried. From a very young D to hide what they felt. They learned not to show vulnerability. They learned not to reveal their fears. They learned not to show when they were hurt. In many moments of life, they felt they had to be strong because they had no other choice. And the more they repeated this pattern, the more it became part of their personality. Over the years, they became so used to hiding their emotions that they began doing it automatically. They no longer noticed when they were closing themselves off. They no longer noticed when they were pulling away. They no longer noticed when they were building walls around their own heart. The Four of Pentacles shows exactly this, someone who kept everything inside. They held onto their thoughts, their feelings, their desires, and even their dreams. It was as if they were constantly protecting something very precious inside their chest. And in a way, they really were. They were protecting their own heart. The problem is that by protecting it too much, they ended up preventing many beautiful things from entering their life as well. Because the same wall that keeps pain out also keeps love out. For a long time, they did not realize this. They believed that you didn't. They believed they were being cautious. They believed they were avoiding suffering. But the truth is that they were also avoiding happiness. And this became increasingly clear when you entered their life, because you awakened something they could not control. You awakened feelings they could not rationalize. You awakened emotions that did not obey the rules they had created for themselves. And that placed them before an enormous challenge. For the first time in a very long time, they wanted to get closer. They wanted to know more. They wanted to share more. They wanted to create intimacy. But every time they tried, the old defense mechanisms activated. Every time they wanted to open up, something inside told them to pull back. Every time they wanted to show affection, a voice reminded them of past disappointments. Every time they thought about trusting, old fears resurfaced. The Eight of Wands and the Three of Wands show a movement that existed only inside why. They thought about this connection constantly. They imagined possibilities. They planned conversations. They created future scenarios. They reflected on everything they could experience by your side. There was a genuine desire to build something. There was a real desire to get closer. But when the moment came to act, they froze. They thought, planned, reflected, analyzed, created strategies, imagined the future, but they never took the step forward. And the more time passed, the more they realized they were trapped in a pattern that no longer made sense. Because it was not a lack of feeling. It was not a lack of opportunity. It was not a lack of interest. It was fear. And finally, they found the courage to admit that to themselves. That was one of the greatest transformations of their life. For a long time, they blamed circumstances. They blamed other people. They blamed distance. They blamed destiny. But eventually they had to look inward and recognize that the greatest obstacle was the fear they carried. And that realization changed everything. The Ace of Swords appears as this moment of clarity when truth finally cuts through illusion and allows reality to be seen as it truly is. This person realized that love was not what was hurting them. Their old wounds were. You were not the danger. Their memories of past experiences were. The connection itself was not causing their suffering. Their resistance to fully allowing the connection to exist was. When they understood that, they began an important journey of self-discovery. They started observing their own behavior, any opportunities they had lost because of fear, how many times they had distanced themselves from people they cared about, how many times they had left important feelings unsaid, how many times they had chosen the safety of loneliness over the risk of experiencing something real. That realization was painful because it forced them to acknowledge mistakes, limitations, and the fact that some of the pain they carried no longer came from the people who hurt them, but from the walls they kept building. Yet it was exactly that pain that allowed transformation to happen. You played a very important role in this process. Your presence acted like a mirror. You showed them that there are people who do not come close. You showed them that there are people who know how to care, people who know how to stay, people who truly value what they feel. And this began to change their entire view of love. The Chariot appears at the end of this reading as a powerful symbol of decision. This person no longer wants to remain still. They no longer want to watch life pass. Remain hidden. They no longer want to be trapped in endless planning that never turns into action. They feel that the time has come to act differently. The time has come to show who they truly are. The time has come to allow you to see not only the defensive version they showed the world, but also the sensitive, loving, devoted, and genuine version that remained hidden for so long. And that is why this reading speaks of a confession. Not only a confession of love, but a confession of change. As if this person were coming to tell you that they are no longer the same, that they have learned, that they have grown, that they have healed important wounds, that they finally understand their fears, and that for the first time in a very long while, they feel ready to stop merely dreaming about a story with you and start truly living it. And when this person says they are no longer the same, they are not saying it superficially. They are not saying it simply to make a good impression or to make you see them differently. Tai have truly gone through a deep internal process, a process that often no one saw happening. A silent process lived in moments of solitude, reflecting on life, analyzing their actions, and realizing that if they kept repeating the same behaviors, the results would remain exactly the same. For a long time, they believed the problem was always outside themselves. They thought love was complicated. They thought people were complicated. They thought relationships failed because the world was full of people incapable of truly loving. And although they did meet people like that, there came a moment when they had to recognize an important truth. Some opportunities did not work out because they themselves were unable to open up enough to receive them. They could not trust. They could not stay. They could not relax enough to allow someone to truly know them. This realization forced them to confront deep fears. Fear of rejection, fear of not being enough, and insecurities rooted in very old stories. At some point, they came to believe they had to be perfect in order to be chosen. Affection does not exist. They began living with the fear that any flaw would be enough reason to be abandoned. That is why they hid their feelings. That is why they pretended not to care. That is why they avoided showing when someone mattered. Because, in their mind, if nobody knew how much they cared, nobody would have the power to hurt them. But that strategy came with a high price. It did not only prevent pain, it also prevented joy. And when you entered their life, that price became impossible to ignore. For the first time in a long while, they felt a genuine desire to build something, not just curiosity, a deeper wish to stay close, to share thoughts, dreams, plans, and even fears. That frightened them because the more important you became, the greater the risk seemed. So they tried to control everything: their feelings, expectations, the pace of the connection, even the way they thought about you. But true feelings do not obey control. The more they tried to distance themselves emotionally, the more aware they became of your presence within them. Eventually, they realized something important. You were never the problem. The connection was never the problem. Love was never the problem. The problem was the fear they had been carrying long before they met you. And once that realization arrived, everything began to see. Your consistency, sincerity, and genuine care dismantled their defenses. It was not overnight. It was a process made up of small moments of clarity that eventually transformed their entire perception of this connection. Today, they understand they spent too much time waiting for the perfect moment. Too much time believing they had to be completely ready before getting close. Too much time planning instead of living. And now they no longer want that. They want to participate in life. They want to live what T allow love the space to grow. They want you to meet the version of them that remained hidden for so long. The version that is more caring, more present, more affectionate, more fun, more spontaneous, lighter, and more genuine when they feel safe. They understand now that love is not the absence of risk. Love always involves risk. It always involves vulnerability. It always requires courage. But they also understand that some people are worth that risk. And more, they feel that you are one of those people. That is why there is such a strong energy reading. It is not merely someone wanting to talk about feelings. It is someone wanting to show through actions that they have changed. Someone wanting to prove that they have learned. Someone wanting to build something different from what they built in the past. And above all, someone who is tired of allowing fear to decide the course of their life. because now they want their heart to guide their next steps. And everything indicates that those steps are leading directly toward you. I love you, and I'm coming back. I was just facing financial problems. When I lay these cards before me, the energy that forms is serene and deep. It's the vibration of someone who carries within themselves an immense love, but who, for a long time, stayed silent. The title of this reading is already a confession straight from the soul. I'm opening my heart. I truly love you. I just had financial problems. And as I dive into this person's energy, that's exactly what I feel. A heart that has always loved, but that felt trapped in circumstances that prevented it from acting, speaking, and showing affection. It wasn't a lack of feeling. It was fear. It was burden. It was the need to fix what was out of order before being able to live the love that was always inside. The first card that manifests is the King of Pentacles. This is the card that sets the tone for the reading. Stability, responsibility, structure. This person carries the energy of someone who wants to be solid, who wants to offer the best, who wants to build something safe and worthy. But the King of Pentacles also feels the weight of the world on his shoulders. He wants to provide, to take care, to have enough to offer comfort, to never disappoint. That's why even while feeling intense love, he froze. He thought it wasn't the right time, that he didn't have enough, that he needed to get himself together before offering you what he believes you deserve. This card shows that his silence wasn't coldness, it was self-pressure. He demanded too much of himself, wanted to be perfect, wanted to feel worthy before allowing himself to love fully. Soon after, the Five of Pentacles appears, and here the tarot reveals the scenario that explains it all. This card speaks of loss, material insecurity, scarcity, and feelings of helplessness. This person went through a difficult phase in which financial matters weighed heavily. They may have faced debts, work instability, or fear of not being able to sustain their own dreams. The Five of Pentacles is the portrait of someone who feels tied down, ashamed, with shaken self-esteem. It's the feeling of looking at love and thinking, I want to, but I can't right now. This card clearly shows that the problem was never lack of feeling. It was fear of not being enough. The Hanged Man appears next, confirming this paralysis. This card speaks of waiting, of being stuck, of someone caught in a situation without knowing how to act. The Hanged Man symbolizes forced pause, a time of observation, of seeing life upside down to gain perspective. This person became trapped, torn between the love they feel and the belief they couldn't offer it properly. The Four of Swords follows, bringing silence, distance, emotional withdrawal. This card shows that they needed time alone, perhaps without realizing it, to rest their mind and reorganize their thoughts. They stayed quiet, distant, not speaking their feelings because they needed to think. And in that silence, they revisited memories, reflected on what they feel, realized how deep this love truly is, and discovered that the distance brought no relief, only longing. The Four of Swords is the pause before the confession, the breath before the truth is spoken. Then comes the Two of Cups, the heart beating strongly again. This card speaks of union, reciprocity, and true love. It's confirmation that the feeling never died. Even apart, even silent, this person kept you within them. The Two of Cups is one soul recognizing another. It's reunion, love that survives time and hardship. It's also the symbol of the confession to come. This person will reach out, will speak, will confess that love always existed. They just couldn't open up because of the struggles they faced. The Page of Swords appears here as the messenger, restless, observant, constantly thinking of speaking but holding back until now. This person has watched you from afar, even in silence. They wanted to know if you were okay, if you'd moved on, if you still thought of them. The Page of Swords is the mind that never stops, the heart that's curious, the impulse that breaks the ice. It announces communication, messages, conversations, explanations, confessions. Soon after, the Fool appears, the leap of faith. This card is the symbol of new beginnings, of courage to jump without guarantees. This person is ready to act, to leave fear and shame behind, to live love without calculation. The Fool breaks the pattern of waiting and paralysis shown by the Hanged Man and the Four of Swords. Now, their heart wants to live. It wants to risk, to speak, to try. This card is light, honest, spontaneous. It shows that they no longer want to control everything. They just want to follow their feelings. And those feelings lead back to you. But the path to this decision wasn't easy. The tarot shows this through the Hermit. This is the card of inner learning, of solitude that teaches, of introspection that transforms. This person went through a period of true self-reflection, confronting their fears, reassessing priorities. The Hermit walks alone in the dark until finding their own light. And that's exactly what they've done. Faced their demons, recognized their flaws, and found wisdom in silence. Now that inner light guides them back to love. And finally, the Ace of Pentacles closes this reading with a concrete promise. This card is the new beginning on the material plane, something solid, real, and prosperous. The Ace of Pentacles shows that this person truly wants to build a stable relationship with you. They no longer want just to wish, they want to act. They want to offer a future, to start over, to give you what they couldn't before. This card is the harvest that comes after the scarcity of the Five of Pentacles. Prosperity replacing lack. Love now finding the ground to grow. This reading tells the story of a heart that never stopped loving, but needed to put its life in order before opening up. The King of Pentacles shows responsibility. The Five of Pentacles shows the hardship that closed them off. The Hanged Man and the Four of Swords show the silence and waiting. The Two of Cups reveals love that stayed intact. The Page of Swords brings communication. The Fool and the Hermit show awakening, spiritual and emotional. And the Ace of Pentacles seals the new beginning, stable, promising, true. The message from the universe is clear. This person will open their heart. They will speak. They will explain that the distance was never from lack of love, but from fear of not being enough. They want you to know that the feeling is real, that it always was. And now, with more stability and clarity, they are ready to build a new chapter by your side, one where love no longer has to be hidden or postponed. The tarot confirms this declaration comes with truth and maturity. The King of Pentacles wants to show presence. The Ace of Pentacles wants to plant a new beginning. The Two of Cups wants to seal this union. And the Fool with a confident smile reminds us that when love is real, it always finds its way back. This person regrets not choosing you in the past and now wants to do things differently. The Nine of Swords opens this reading as the clearest portrait of this person's emotional state today. There is regret, guilt, insomnia, repetitive thoughts, and a constant weight on the heart. This person mentally relives the choices they made, the opportunities they lost, and especially the moment when they could have chosen you and did not. The Nine of Swords speaks of silent nights when the mind cannot rest, when the heart tightens, remembering what could have been. There is deep remorse here, not superficial, but a regret that hurts because it comes with the awareness that the decision made back then changed the course of everything. This person remembers very clearly the beginning of the connection between you, the first contact, the sense of familiarity, the emotional comfort felt by your side. But at that time, they were committed to other situations, other bonds, other responsibilities that seemed safer or more correct in the eyes of reason. They believed they needed to honor old commitments, that they could not allow themselves to choose something new, even while feeling something different with you. Today, the Nine of Swords shows that this choice was made by the mind, not by the heart, and it carries a high price now. Next comes Judgment, bringing the energy of a late awakening. This card shows the moment when the truth truly sinks in. Judgment is when the soul calls, when it is no longer possible to pretend that everything is fine, when the person is forced to face their own emotional truth. This person went through situations that made them reflect deeply on their own life, the paths they chose, and what they left behind. Judgment reveals that they now understand that you were not just someone who passed through their life. You were a destined opportunity, and that changes everything. Judgment also speaks of a second chance, of reconnection, of something that did not end when it should have. There is a very clear feeling here that this story is not closed yet, that there is still something important to be said, lived, and repaired. This person feels they need to return, not only out of longing, but because the soul asks for correction, alignment, and truth. Judgment does not allow moving forward without first resolving what was left unfinished. Soon after appears the Eight of Wands, showing that after so much time of silence and reflection, this person feels urgency. Thoughts are racing, the desire to speak grows, and the need to get closer intensifies. The Eight of Wands speaks of messages that want to be sent, conversations that need to happen, and fast movement after a long period of stagnation. This person feels they wasted too much time and no longer wants to delay. There is anxiety mixed with hope, as if they know they must act soon in order not to lose you forever. The reading then deepens with the Ten of Pentacles, revealing how this person sees you today. The Ten of Pentacles is the card of lifelong building, stability, family, and a solid future. This person now realizes that you had and still have everything they always sought but failed to recognize at the right time. You represented emotional security, maturity, true partnership, someone with whom something lasting could be built. The Ten of Pentacles shows that they no longer see you as a passing possibility, but as someone for life, someone to stay, someone to grow old with. Next comes the Six of Cups, bringing nostalgia, longing, and the constant memory of the bond between you. This card speaks of a soul connection, of something that felt familiar from the very beginning, as if you had known each other before. The Six of Cups shows that this person relives memories, remembers gestures, conversations, looks, and sensations that they were never able to erase. Even trying to move on, even getting involved in other situations, the memory of you remained intact. This card reveals that the longing did not fade with time. On the contrary, it deepened. The Six of Cups also shows that this person feels they were wrong not to choose you when they had the chance. There is a constant inner comparison between what they lived afterward and what they could have lived with you. And in all these comparisons, you appear as the truest, lightest, and most heart-aligned choice. This person now understands that they traded something genuine for commitments that did not bring real happiness. Finally, The reading balances with the Six of Pentacles, bringing the desire for repair, reciprocity, and emotional justice. This card shows that this person does not want to return to repeat the mistakes of the past. They want to give back what they did not offer, to balance the exchange, to be fair with you. There is a sincere desire to demonstrate in practice what before remained only in feeling. The Six of Pentacles speaks of someone who recognizes that they received more than they gave and now wants to correct that. This reading reveals a clear truth. This person deeply regrets not choosing you when they had the chance. At that time, they believed they were doing the right thing, that they were being responsible, that they needed to maintain old commitments. But time showed that those choices did not bring fulfillment. The distance between you was the trigger for the awakening. It was then that they realized you held a unique place in their heart. The Nine of Swords shows the remorse that does not pass. Judgment shows the awakening of the soul. The Eight of Wands shows the urgency to act. The Ten of Pentacles shows the future they see with you. The Six of Cups shows the longing and soul bond. The Six of Pentacles shows the desire for repair and balance. This person knows they were wrong. They know they delayed, they know they lost an important chance, but they also feel very strongly that there is still time. Time to return, time to talk, time to choose differently. And that is exactly what they intend to do soon. To return to your path, to assume the feeling, and to try to make happen what, in the past, they did not have the courage to choose. And if you enjoyed this reading, leave your like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with all the Discover the darkest and most well-kept secret of your love. When I lay these cards before me, I feel as if a heavy curtain were being slowly lifted, revealing a truth that has always been there, hidden in the corners of this person's soul. And it's as if the universe itself were whispering, the time has come for you to discover the darkest and most well-kept secret of their heart. This is not a small secret, not something trivial. It is deep, intimate, intense, and it speaks directly to what you share, what you've lived, and what you still have to live together. The first card to appear is the Ace of Cups, and here we begin to understand. The secret is that no matter how much this person has tried to hide, disguise, or even deny it, their heart overflows with love for you. The Ace of Cups is the beginning of it all, the source of an immense river. It is that feeling that doesn't fit, that fills the eyes with tears, quiet, that pours out through gestures, through glances, through dreams. This carefully kept secret is the deep, intense love that perhaps they have never spoken aloud, but that pulses with every heartbeat. It is the desire to love truly, to surrender completely, to live something unique. The Ace of Cups is the overflowing chalice, the heart that can no longer contain what it feels. The hidden truth revealed here is that you are the greatest love, the essential love, the love they never could and never can erase. But then the Emperor appears, and here this secret becomes even more complex. The Emperor speaks of structure, of control, of rigidity. Inside, this person feels their heart bursting with emotion, but on the outside, they try to maintain composure, to appear strong, firm, impenetrable. The darkest secret they hold is this inner conflict. On one side, overwhelming love. On the other, fear of losing control, fear of exposure, fear of showing vulnerability. They wear armor, build walls, feign rationality, but within them exists a castle of feelings built for you. The Emperor shows that they want to build something solid, want to offer security, want to be a pillar. But it also shows that often the silence, the distance, or the apparent coldness are nothing more than masks hiding the intensity of what they feel. And then, like a whisper of hope, the Seven of Pentacles appears. This card speaks of waiting, of patience, of cultivation. It reveals that behind their actions, this person has been planting seeds, perhaps silently, perhaps subtly, waiting for the right moment to harvest. The secret here is that they see in you a future, a life project, constancy. This person believes that this love must be cared for, nurtured, matured, and for that reason, many times, they chose to wait. What was hidden is the depth of this vision. You are not just a fleeting desire. You are the most important investment their soul has ever made. But it isn't only these cards that speak. On the spiritual plane, I sense other energies completing this revelation. I see the hidden flame, an invisible card symbolizing the fire this person hides within, burning silently for you. I see the golden chest, representing secrets locked away, feelings kept out of fear of judgment, but now beginning to open. And I also sense the mirror of truth, showing that when this person looks inside themselves, it is only your image they see reflected. This dark secret is not something negative. On the contrary, it is simply the weight of intensity they may have never been able to fully express. The Ace of Cups shows that the love is real. The Emperor reveals that they tried to control, hide, repress it. And the Seven of Pentacles confirms that they have been waiting for the right time to truly open up. This secret is the love left unspoken, the longing left unconfessed, the desire for a future never revealed. Now the universe brings you this reading as confirmation. What was hidden must be seen. This person is and always has been in love, profoundly attached, longing to build. Their secret is the immense love they carry, the desire for stability and safety by your side, and the hope that time will allow this love to bloom in fullness. And when the veil is lifted, everything becomes clear. You are this person's great love, and the secret they guard, the one they never managed to confess entirely, is that you are the destiny, the home, the future they desire with all their strength. The first card drawn was the Shared Throne, and it speaks of a situation with a silent dispute. This person may currently be with someone else, but their energy isn't fully invested in this new relationship. There's an emotional space that hasn't been filled, a throne where you still sit, even if they try to hide it. This card reveals that the rival may be there physically, but emotionally, she hasn't fully reigned. Next came the Illusory Victory, and this card shows that the rival's sense of triumph is actually fragile. She may have won this person's presence, maybe by their side, maybe seen as the one by others, but what she doesn't know, or pretends not to see, is that their heart still beats in another direction. There's an attempt to look fine, to show the world that everything is okay. But inside, there's a void, and that void carries your name. Right after that appeared the Heart in Two Worlds, revealing that this person is torn, physically in one place, emotionally in another. And that strains any relationship. The rival feels this absence. No matter how much she tries to hold on, control, or please, part of this person simply doesn't surrender. It's as if they are there, temporarily. The heart doesn't belong fully. Because when there's a real bond with someone, it keeps vibrating, no matter what happens. The card, the Echo of Memories, confirmed this vibration. This person still relives moments with you, recalling your conversations, your laughter, your gaze. And what's most striking is that these memories often show up during their most intimate moments with the rival. It's like the universe confronts them with the truth. And the truth is, they still feel, still think, still long for you. The rival hasn't erased your mark, because it wasn't a superficial mark. It was a deep root. Next came the mask of the everyday, a card that shows they are living a forced routine, trying to adapt to something that doesn't fulfill them. The rival may be present, available, and devoted, but their spark, that brightness in the eyes that only you could bring, it's missing. This becomes clear in their actions, in the silences, in the choices. There's an effort to make things work, but true love doesn't require effort. It flows. The card The Lost Gaze showed that they still look for you, even without realizing. Their eyes scan crowds hoping to see you. They look for in others what they only ever found in you. The rival senses this. She knows she's competing with a very present absence. That's why she often becomes jealous, insecure, or controlling. Deep down, she knows she didn't completely win. She took a place, but not the place. The throne of the heart remains divided, and that's where your name stays. Then came the voice of silence, revealing that even without words, you still speak inside them. Your expressions, your advice, your way of loving, they still echo. In hard moments, it's you they think of. When something good happens, you're the one they wish to share it with. And that speaks volumes, because even in silence, even at a distance, your presence is alive. That's not a small thing. That's everything. And the rival, no matter how close, doesn't hold that sacred space in them. The last card of the first part was the half-open door, showing that your story is not over. There's a crack, a passage, a connection still beating. And no matter how much they try to close the door, something always holds them back. Because some feelings don't follow logic. Some loves survive time, bad choices, and forced relationships. The rival may be there, but you still have space. The reading continued with the restless night, showing just how hard it is for this person to find peace. Even next to the rival, even trying to convince themselves they made the right choice. The pillow never lies. The nights are filled with thoughts they can't control, and those thoughts bring them to you, as if your energy were still connected, alive, present. No matter how hard they try to ignore it, when everything is quiet, you appear. Then came the silent comparison, and this energy is strong. It shows that they can't help but compare you to the rival. The way you spoke, touched, cared, smiled, it's all remembered more vividly now. And everything the rival does is unconsciously measured against what they had with you. This creates frustration, discomfort, longing, because deep down, they know they shouldn't compare, but the heart does it anyway. The phantom presence revealed that you still inhabit that space, even from afar. It's as if your scent still lingers in the air, your laughter still echoes in the corners, your energy still touches the places you once shared. And the rival senses this. She knows she's with someone who partly still belongs to another story. And no matter how hard she tries to fill that space, she can't. Because you weren't just a phase. You were roots. And roots aren't easily pulled out. Next came the hesitant heart, showing that this person hasn't been able to fully commit to the new relationship. There's hesitation in their gestures, their promises, their plans. Because deep inside, they're still tied to you. And no matter how hard they try to live in the now, part of them is still stuck in the past. A past that still pulses, still calls, still moves them. That's regret, but also desire. Desire to know if a way back still exists. The announced reunion brought a promising energy. It shows that life still intends to place you two face to face again. It may not be now or the way you expect, but it's in destiny's plans. There are unspoken truths, feelings that haven't fully been lived. And the universe doesn't usually end stories with loose ends. They still need to look into your eyes, hear your voice, and know what they truly feel when faced with the truth. Right after, the sleeping flame fell, and it says a lot about how they feel. The feelings haven't ended. They were merely put to sleep by fears, choices, outside influences, but they're still there, like embers under ashes, waiting for one breath to ignite them. And that breath might come through intense longing, a vivid dream, or a word that touches their soul. The flame is still alive, and no presence can fully extinguish it. The return of consciousness showed that this person is beginning to realize what they lost. Bit by bit, it's becoming clear. They're rethinking past actions, decisions, words said or left unsaid. And that regret is turning into a desire, the desire to reach out to you, to ask if there's still space, if there's still a chance. Because your connection wasn't ordinary. And now they know it more than ever. The final card was the Sacred Space, the most beautiful card of the reading. And it confirms, yes, there's still space for you. Because this space doesn't depend on the rival's presence. This space is yours by energetic right. They may try to deny it, hide it, move on. But within them, there's a place only you occupy. A place where the love you shared is still alive. And that place is still waiting for you. Today, as I connected with this energy, I felt something shift. As if something were unfolding behind the scenes of the universe. As if doors were being quietly unlocked, one by one. And in the midst of it all, a question rises in your heart stronger than ever. Is the return near? Are all these feelings, dreams, intuitions real? Or is it just your longing trying to deceive you? The first card that fell was the North Wind card, and it gave me chills right away. This card speaks of changes that arrive without warning, but have been in preparation for a long time. The universe has a subtle way of acting. It seems like nothing is happening, and suddenly, everything changes. This card indicates that movement is forming, that the energy of return is taking shape, like a cloud slowly becoming visible on the horizon. Next came the Sacred Repetition card, and this card is beautiful because it shows that destiny keeps repeating signs. You might have seen this person's name in random places, heard a song that marked your connection, felt an overwhelming longing out of nowhere. These signs aren't mere coincidences. They're spiritual reminders, signs from the universe that something is being prepared, that the return is approaching. The Restless Heart card came next. It reveals that this person is feeling inner discomfort. They can't move on peacefully. Something is tugging at them. Something is calling. Something is telling them there's still something unresolved with you. And that's one of the biggest signs of a return. When the other begins to miss not just you, but the peace only you brought. Then came the Emotional Awakening card. This one is powerful. It shows that this person is waking up from a state of denial, beginning to face what they truly feel, rethinking actions, questioning themselves, looking back and seeing you with different eyes. And all of this is being guided by destiny, because the return doesn't begin with a message, it begins with an awakening. And that awakening has already started. The spiritual clock card came right after, and when it shows up, it's as if the universe is saying, the time is near. The waiting is ending. The cycle of distance is closing. This card shows that a portal is opening, that the clock of destiny is ticking, and that the return isn't just possible. It's on its. But then came the free will card, and it brings an important reflection. Destiny can prepare everything. It can place signs, dreams, and counters, but the final decision still belongs to you both. He or she may be feeling all of this, may be spiritually moved, but they must choose to return. They must choose to act. And the universe is creating all the opportunities for that to happen. It's guiding, whispering, opening paths. The language of silence card moved me deeply because it shows that even without words, you are still communicating. There is an energetic exchange between you, thoughts arriving at the same time, feelings crossing paths. This silent communication is one of the greatest signs of reunion. Destiny is whispering in their ear, and the name whispered is yours. Then came the fated meeting card, and this card is almost a confirmation. It shows that the reunion is written, that the universe has already marked the right moment on the divine calendar. You may not know the day, the hour, the place, but the reunion already exists somewhere in time, and it's getting closer with every thought, every moment of longing, every silent tear you both shed. Then the half-open door card fell. It shows that this person is already considering returning. They've thought about reaching out, imagined what they'd say if you answered the phone or replied to a message. They've rehearsed this reunion 1,000 times in their mind, but they're still waiting for the right moment, or perhaps the right sign. And the universe is preparing that sign. The Divine Breath card came as a blessing. It shows that the spiritual realm is involved in this reconnection, that guides, mentors, and the energy of love itself are working to make everything happen at the perfect time. This card brings peace. It brings trust. It brings the certainty that true love is never lost. It may hide for a while, but it returns. It always returns. And now, 3 cards close the reading with great clarity and strength. The Restoration Key, the Voice of the Soul, and the Final Crossing. The Restoration Key shows that this love can be rebuilt, that healing is still possible, that there are still feelings on both sides. The Voice of the Soul says that this person, even in silence, is calling out to you inside. They're vibrating in your direction, seeking something they can only find in you. And the Final Crossing confirms that the path is nearly complete, that the return is closer than it seems. So the answer is, yes, the return is near. But the universe wants you to look calmly, to see the signs with wisdom, to take care of your heart while divine timing unfolds. Because when this person returns, and they will, you need to be ready, whole, at peace. Because this new phase won't be about pain anymore. It will be about truth, about rebuilding, about conscious love.